Morning, guys. It's me, Spartan John. Just getting ready to sit down and read to you. Just give me a minute. We're getting started. All right, let's do this. Let me turn this down just a little bit. There we go. Hey, good morning. It's me, Spartan John. It got a lot of light coming from the door today. It's not terrible, but it's a lot. Good morning. I'm gonna change my jacket, my hat, like I always do, and then we're gonna get started. It's a wonderful Thursday, and I'm glad to share today with you guys a little bit. How are you guys today? Welcome to the Spartan Space. I'll get that started for you so you can see it. Change my hat. Come on, over here. Hi, come here. Try to get it to settle in a place for you. You're wearing my Halo Funtime t-shirt today. Oh no, sorry, this is my Halo HCS Championship t-shirt. My bad. I thought I'd put my Funtime t-shirt on, but it's blue. And this is a gray shirt, so that's clearly not correct. Anyway, good morning. And all of the stuff. I hope you guys are having a great morning. I sure am. It's wonderful. I slept in a little bit. It was good. It's a good day. Couple of housekeeping things before we get going here. The tournament. I will post the banner for you. Here you go. We'll go like this. How do I want to do this? Game scene, maybe? Hey, there you go. There's the banner. The 1v1 showdown. First thing I wanna do. You can join this. It's the tournament is March 23rd. There's about $100 in prize stuff. You get some merch from Installation 00, and it looks like some money. Pretty cool. 1v1 tournament, Halo Infinite. The brackets will be posted on St. Patrick's Day, which is my wife's birthday, subsequently. If you want to register for this tournament, all you have to do is join the Discord. That's all you got to do. Just join the Discord. we also want you to join Installation 00's Discord, because he's the sponsor of the tournament, and he helps us out, and why wouldn't you? All right. Let's see. What else am I forgetting? Oh, you have to self-assign yourself the PvP role in both Discords. And then at Foamforge Cosplay in the tournament announcement zone, in the tournament general zone at Foamforge Cosplay. He is the tournament guy, and he will add you to the tournament. 4 spots remaining. 4 spots remaining. This will be the first tournament that we fill to the gills, so please help us fill those last 4 spots if you want to be in a 1v1 tournament and be part of this community. It's a great way to break the ice, and there's a lot of cool things. Winners of the tournament get the championship role, and the winner of the specific type of tournament also gets a juggernaut role. And the juggernaut role just means that you're the king. So people can, once you get the championship role, you're always recognized as a tournament winner in the Spartan space. But as the juggernaut, you are the last tournament winner. You are the king daddy of tournament winners, I guess. Anyway, something to think about. Join the 1v1 showdown in the Spartan space. It's cool. And part of the thing that we do is we raise money for charity during the stream for the Extra Life. I don't have a link for that yet because I just don't, but I promise you I will get you one. I'm trying to decide if I'm big enough to run my own Extra Life or if I want to join a team this year. Last year, all we did was push Mike's Extra Life. That's Foamforge Cosplay. He's a really good person. He's a really good friend of mine. He was here on Friday. He busted in that door right there and made me cry live on this stream last Friday. And then went to the convention with me on Saturday. And we were Spartans together. I'm gonna cry already. So awesome. I can't even. Please join the tournament if you want to. I'm gonna go back to my face now. Hi, welcome back to my face. Oh no, I'm not gonna go back to my face. I'm gonna go back to the game scene for a minute. Shout out to Installation 00 and Ambient Wonders, provided by Installation 00. It is the competitive tools. We use this particular song, I believe, behind every single book that we read. It's probably my most favorite. Ambient Wonders is, you can find that, hold on. Friends. No. OST. That's it. OST. So, if you want to find the friends that I talk about, that's Installation 00 Foamforge Cosplay. There are links to their stuff right there, including Kemi Shep as well on Twitch. But OST is Ambient Wonders right there. It's good for studying. If you're sad, you can listen to it. If you're happy, you can listen to it. If you have a migraine, you can listen to it. You can listen to it in the dark. I have these RGB lights. This light up here in the Spartan space, this square one right here, that one, that changes colors, and I have a remote for it, and it's got a speaker inside. So when I listen to the hockey games, I listen to them through that. So it's like old times through like a 1-speaker radio, and but it's really good. It's an exhaust fan for a bathroom with a light and a speaker. We put it in here so that we would have an exhausting fan for the Spartan space if it gets too hot or, whatever the reason is. We designed it in here. So I put those in my bathrooms as well. So I will pipe in this music with like a cyan blue glowing light, changing light or something, turn the other light off, and just exist in like this steamy hot shower when I'm like happy, sad, sore, if I don't feel good today. I mean, I'm old. My body is beat. Anyway, you could do it too, is all I'm saying. If you want to. If you want to. So check out my friends and Ambient Wonders. Yeah, we're already 17 minutes in. I'm talking way too much. It is time to go. We're late. Here's the book. Glasslands. And the bookmark because we're late. I'm sorry. Okay. You guys can hear that fan today, can't you? Sorry about that. I'll have to work on getting that figured out. Here we go. Here goes the book. Bookmark. Stream marker. Hey, how about that? Here we go. Chapter 11. I'm glad that Captain Osmond is satisfied with the team we recommended. It took some effort to select qualified personnel who had both no family ties and who would also bond well with one another. Spartan 010 didn't quite fit those criteria, but with so few Spartans left, some flexibility was needed. Dr. Miriam Baxendale, Head of Occupational Personality Testing, UNSC, HR, to Admiral Margaret O. Perengoski, Sinconi. Bacan Keep, M. Dama, Singhelios, February 2553 by the human calendar. Telcam was late. Jewel paced up and down the quarry, fidgeting with an arm while he waited for whatever shuttle the monk was flying today. Telcam changed transports on each trip to avoid attention. At least that's what he said. The only flaw is that the strategy was unflinching resolves, huge and unconcealable, as only a frigate could be. The ship sat in the disused quarry like a rebuke to Jewel's common sense. Her magazine was steadily filling up with arms and ordnance, one cargo drop at a time, gleaned from hardware scattered around Singhelios and the nearby colonies. Just as the small transport had found their way back to the keeps, nobody was keeping tabs on any of the other equipment either. And in the absence of the Sans-Jaim, their organizational skills, and a war fight, it was simply being taken by shipmates and stored in the keeps. How many shots does it take to kill one arbiter? Telcam kept telling Jewel that overthrowing a charismatic leader like Thelvadam would take more than just killing him. The ideas around him, his loyal entourage, they had to be rooted out as well. Or else the very death became a new arbiter in itself, a martyrdom, the creation of a legend after death. And you couldn't assassinate a ghost. The sound of a Kigyar shuttle made him spin around. So that was Telcam's transport today. Jewel, like most warriors, knew almost every vessel by the sound of its engines, or drives, long before he even saw it. It was a matter of prudence. He would never admit that. This was his motive, of course, because a warrior was supposed to prize a glorious death before a timely extraction. But it was hard to be a successful warrior when you were dead. Jewel didn't regard a tactical withdrawal as cowardice. The shuttle, yes, Kigyar, just as he thought, finally came into view and dropped down into the quarry. He waited for its drives to shut down, and then he approached it. Telcam climbed down from the cockpit and looked around. "Where's Manus?" he asked. There was one of Baran's loyal Jerohani. He should have been here by now. We lost contact with him last night. Jerohani weren't known for their timekeeping. Yours is the first shuttle to land for 2 days, Jewel said. You know what they're like. He probably became embroiled in some fistfight over philosophical matters, and it's delayed him. No, Baran assured me he was reliable. He had a very important cargo. And I don't mean just weapons. He had a Huragok they recovered from the Serene Certainty. Had they been discussing Kigyar, Jewel would have assumed that the shipment had been diverted and sold by now. But Gerald and I were interested in profit. Everything stemmed from their unfathomable pack politics. The feud between Gerald and I and Sanghili had finally erupted again with the Great Schism. But Jewel had never quite worked out where the fault lines were. Gerald and I fought each other. They fought the Sanghili. And for no reason Jewel could truly understand, some of them remained loyal to Sanghelios. Give him a little bit longer, Jewel said. Now let's transfer the cargo before we attract an audience. Attract an audience. Something's wrong, and I know it. Brother, if the vessel had crashed, we would have heard by now. Would we? What's happened to our communications, our monitoring? No, we would not know. That yawning gap is also what enables us to stand a chance of succeeding, but sometimes it conspires against us. Jewel had formed the opinion that Telcam was blessed with the calm certainty of the faithful, so seeing him agitated was unsettling. But Jewel understood the importance of acquiring a Huragok or two. The Covenant had run on them, invisible and reliable, repairing everything from machines and buildings to living bodies and constructing every piece of technology a modern empire could ever need. He'd grown so used to their presence that he'd ceased to notice them. Now his wife and brothers were forced to learn construction skills, and he was starting to see all the things, large and small, that were starting to fall apart because the Huragok had fled. There were so many. Where did they all go? He was certain that the Great Schism hadn't killed all the Sanshayun. That wasn't possible. As he unloaded the shuttle with Telcam, he wondered where the survivors had gone. They had almost certainly taken most of the Huragok with them, and that meant they might be regrouping to return one day to take back their old empire. The idea was so appalling that he stopped in his tracks. What was he doing worrying about the humans? They were no more than an infestation, backwards vermin, and could be eradicated. The Sanshayun, though, would be another matter. What's wrong? Telcam asked. Jewel got on with the job, wondering what had happened to his strategic judgments. Merely speculating what might happen if the Sanshayun recovered and came back. That would take many years, Telcam said, as if it had already occurred to him and had been dismissed, and by then we'll be more than ready for them. Telcam made no complaint about having to do the heavy lifting himself in the absence of any Jirohanai. Jewel found himself thinking of him less than a fanatical monk and more as a decent warrior who happened to have some extreme views on the subjects of religion. As long as they had the same objective, Jewel wasn't too worried about the separate paths that brought them together. Where are you getting your supplies? Jewel asked, heaving a crate up the ramp into the frigate's hold. Who funds this? Donations, Telcam said, from many sources. Are all of them aware they're donating? No. And how much do we really need? You mean, when should we act because you grow impatient? Yes I do. I'm waiting upon the whims of an old nobleman. Telcam dusted off his hands and stood back to look at the growing arms cache. And Baran needs to know that he has a fully competent crew when we make our move. Some of his old crew have gone back to their keeps to try to feed their families. Jewel tried to imagine which Kaidon could be so important to the plot that Telcam would feel his needed approval. Perhaps this was just a regular power struggle after all, a coup on behalf of another Kaidan who'd chosen not to show his face, rather than an outpouring of religious zeal. Which nobleman? Admiral Hood, Telcam said, the human shipmaster of shipmasters. He's made it clear to the Arbiter that he wants to formalize this ceasefire. There's much talk of it in Vadam. What ceasefire? Jewel demanded. There is no ceasefire, just an absence of fighting. We don't know that, and neither does the Arbiter, or Hood. Communications are what the humans call patchy. Telcam, who was unusually fluent in the primary human language, pronounced the word with care. It was hard to form the human P when trying to compress 4 lips. The humans have lost many of their communications relays too, so both sides flounder in the dark and eavesdrop when they can. There are worlds out there where the battles still may be raging. We may not know for years. It took them an hour to move all the containers, but there was still no sign of the Gerald Hanai. Jewel found himself sitting in the shuttle cockpit with Telcam in awkward silence, waiting. Every half hour, Telcam opened a channel and listened to crackling static. Their radio's working, he said. You can hear it. I don't understand this. Perhaps it's malfunctioning, whether they have a Huragok on board or not. It was another hour before the shuttle comms indicator lit up to indicate an inbound message. Telcam pounced on the console, teeth bared. Manus? Where in the name of the gods have you been? This is not Manus, brother. This is the temple. We hear piety is returning, but isn't responding to her radio. A sympathetic shipmaster picked her up on his radar. Telcam's lips settled back over the fangs, and he leaned back in his seat. His relief was obvious. We'll wait for the ship. We'll have little else to do. I told you as much, Jewel said. Everything breaks down these days. You'd think they'd let the Huragok repair it. Their Gerald Hanai, their logic, eludes me. Jewel got out of the cockpit to listen for the sound of Piety's drive. Nearly an hour later, he heard the rumble of small auxiliaries, and the ship appeared above the quarry, looking predictably scraped and battered, then hovered over the landing coordinates for a few moments before descending into the storm of dust. Jewel could have sworn that her nose hatch was dented. Telcam climbed down from the cockpit, looking murderous. I shall have an explanation, he murmured. Piety's side hatches had taken some damage, and there were dents around the locked plates. She was an old tug used in the docks to berth warships, so it might have been wear and tear, but Jewel was getting concerned. He strained to see what was going on in the cockpit, but it was dark inside, and he was sure he'd been mistaken about the nose hatch. Telcam stood about 10 meters from the ship and kept glancing irritably at the hatches. Manus seemed to be taking his time about things, so they waited. After 5 silent minutes, Telcam ran out of patience. This is the last time I allow these idiots to go on missions without supervision, I swear. He strode up to the main side hatch and hammered on the hull, but nothing happened. Manus, open this damn hatch. Where have you been? Jewel looked over the smaller side hatches. He could now see slight ripples, as if the metal had been distorted by force, and he was sure he could see a gap. If he was right, then something terrible had happened to Piety. Her hull's breached, her atmospheres leaked away. Brother, she's damaged, Jewel said. Look at the metal, something is very wrong. Telcam just grunted. Jewel drew his energy sword and approached Piety cautiously. He couldn't imagine what form the danger inside the ship opened to vacuum might take, but he wasn't prepared to take any chances so close to his home and his family. If anything was going to leap out of there, he would be ready for it. Telcam turned to him, nodded, and drew his own weapon. There was a manual override for the main cargo hatch. and Telcam closed his fingers slowly around it, and twisted just a little to the left, slowly and carefully, then stood to one side as the door slid back on his runners. Jewel aimed squarely into the open compartment, but the only thing that emerged was stench. Telcam jumped in, teeth bared. Manus! Manus! Jewel still expected to hear weapons discharging, but when he climbed into the ship behind Telcam, it was clear that Piety still had her cargo. There was no sign of the Jiralhanae. They're dead. They ran out of air. Then Telcam stumbled over something, knocking into crates, and cursed loudly. He was looking down at the deck. Jewel squeezed through the gap after him and saw the bodies. A Kigyar lay slumped against a bulkhead with a human rifle beside him. Jewel stepped over the body and saw there were 4 dead Jiralhanae in the compartment as well. But his first glance told him they hadn't asphyxiated. They were projectile wounds to their faces. Telcam pushed through to the cockpit and roared with anger. All of them dead, he snarled. All of them. And where's the Huragok? Jewel squeezed into the small cockpit. 2 more dead Jiralhanae, one of them Manus, were draped over the seats. Above him, Jewel could see the daylight through the gaps around the hatch's seal. Piety's console was on idle, the flickering lights indicating that her autopilot was still engaged, which explained how she managed to return and why her radio had been working, but silent. They've taken the Huragok. Telcam was almost sitting with indignation. They attacked the ship, damn Kigyar vermin. They'll pay for this. He gestured Jewel back into the main section of the ship and went back to the dead Kigyar. Jewel swallowed his revulsion and moved the body with his boot to look at the wounds. Projectiles, he said. It's been shot several times. Human weapons. Telcam squatted and poked around in its clothing, then picked up the human rifle. They like these things. They'll trade with anybody. He examined the interior of the compartment. Look at the number of rounds expended. There was quite a firefight in here. I imagine this idiot got himself caught in the crossfire, and his comrades didn't bother to retrieve him. Sanghili always called Kigyar cowardly. But it was just an unthinking insult, and didn't reflect on how aggressive the creatures could be. They were very effective in large numbers, which often made up for their slight build. Jules suspected that the Sanshayum preferred them as individual roles, not just because they were excellent snipers and scouts, but because they knew what trouble the scavengers would be if deployed in battalions. If they could hijack a shuttle and overpower 6 Jiralhanae, it was a worrying development. They were on the offensive. I forgot their pirate heritage, Jules said. Anarchy. That's what'll follow if we don't impose some order on this situation. Telcam didn't commit, shaking his head slowly as he searched the ship. He seemed more shocked now than angry. He looked behind every panel and in every space, however small, but there was no sign of the Huragok. It was worth a lot of money on the black market, Jewel knew, but it was even more valuable as an asset to bring Kigyar weapons and ship technology up to the level of the Sanghili. That worried him much more. We are, as the humans might say, spoiled for choice, he said at last. Who should we deal with first? Should we depose our heretical arbiter, or teach these vermin some respect? He picked up the Kikyar rifle, an MA5B, a weapon Jewel had seen scattered among the human corpses in aftermath of many battles. They were fiddly, cumbersome things, too crude for the Sanghili. The Kigyar needed to learn their place. Well, let's find out which nest was responsible for this. Jewel went back to the cockpit and had to heave Manus's body off of the navigation console. For a moment he wondered if Manus had a family, and what they might be doing now. He never considered that they had their own lives before. Baran would have to tell his mate and children. The flight recorder should answer some questions. Telcam tapped the console and the recorder flashed a stream of data on the screen. most of its simple coordinates and speeds. The attack wasn't instantly visible in the output, but the communications log was much easier to read from the raw data. Jewel read through the station idents. Piety had radio contact with Kigyar from within human-occupied sectors, a colony world that had once been called Squala. No, that world is not theirs. They're interlopers. I won't dignify them by calling it their infestation's colonies. It's now called Venezia, and it would pay for harboring criminals. Blue Team Camp, Forerunner, Dyson Sphere. Local date, November 2552. They said you could always judge a woman by the contents of her purse, and Halsey was content to be judged by hers. Datapad, pocket archive, change of clothes, self-amalgamating tape, lip salve, pocket saw, solar power pack, mom's antique Patek Philippe, medications, folding knife, coffee, to be opened in case of emergency, as they say. She sorted through it all again, knowing that the item she valued most was gone. She'd lost her journal during the Covenant assault on Reach. It must have been ash by now. Damn, so much of her life was in there. Not just the years spent on the Spartan program, but the personal things, too. She'd start another one. But she didn't have the right technology at the moment, and that meant paper and pencil and ink. She needed to feel the faint drag of the lead, or the way a nib glided on a cushion of liquid ink. Talking to a datapad or scribbling and tapping on it was no substitute when it came to outpouring rather than thinking. Why was I so careless with it? Halsey tried to apply the same intellectual rigor to analyzing herself as she did with the others. A Freudian slip, as much as I hate to admit it, subconsciously, perhaps. She wanted to lose it, or, more to the point, she wanted it to be found. That could only mean that she needed to explain herself to posterity, to put her plea in mitigation for all of her sins. If I really believed they were sins, though, why would I do that? But if I acknowledge their sins, then I've demonstrated morality, haven't I? Stop it. Stop it right now. When she found herself spiraling into these circular arguments, she slammed on the brakes, like an AI. She knew she would ultimately think herself into oblivion. The more onion layers of ethical debate she indulged in, and the more she peeled them back and looked underneath, the more she realized she would find nothing concrete of herself left at the core. She was just ideas, just thoughts. There was nothing she believed in except her own intellect. She wondered if she was more of an AI than Cortana, so very conscious of her virtual body and emotional investment in her Spartan. At times, Halsey felt the AI was more human than she could ever be. So I have no soul, and why are the only concepts I have for this religious ones? Can't reason provide the answers? She couldn't actually remember what she'd written in the journal. Not in any detail. She wondered if she didn't want to. She only recalled that when she wrote, she had an awareness at the back of her mind that one day those words and sketches would be seen by others, studied by historians, quoted, and analyzed, because she was important. She was one of the greatest thinkers of her century. Everyone had told her so. Right now, though, she was 60 years old, hungry, and half scared and half thrilled, trapped in a Dyson sphere, through a debacle of her own making, and trying to put a brave face on it. There were only 3 people here who thought she was a great thinker and a boon to humanity. The others didn't really know or care what the hell she was, except for the one who knew her only too well and had finally lost his ability to hide his contempt for her. And if the floods now overrun the galaxy and the halo arrays fired, then this is our seed corn to rebuild humanity. 2 sterile and miserable old bastards. and at least one of the females of childbearing age is genetically predisposed to violence and aggression. Let's hope Kelly and Linda are still firing on all cylinders. But that was a problem for the long term. The short-term one still had to be tackled. Halsey was now pretty sure she knew what the tower structures were, which was a start. So far, it had taken her 3 days to capture the images of the Forerunner symbols spread across the walls and map the symbols to the language algorithm in her datapad. She had no AI this time to help her. But that's fine, I create AIs. I shouldn't need to rely on them. The human mind still is the best tool for this job. The results were slow in coming, but they were fascinating. The sanctuary wasn't a single self-sustaining ecosphere, but a customizable range of environments. Halsey noted the symbols for temperature, humidity, ratios of gases in the atmosphere, and even gravity. Some other symbols didn't make sense on first examination because they appeared to be names rather than common elements of language, and names were notoriously hard to pin down in translation. But an intuitive leap told her that the names were not those of individuals, but of species. So which is which? What's the symbol for human? We had to be part of the plan. Look how closely this environment mirrors Earth. But why is that all we can see? Does the first species find its way in, dictate the setup? That didn't make sense, but she was confident that it would in time. Halsey took another guess, another intellectual gamble, that the Forerunners had created a bunker not just for themselves, but for other sentient species that they wanted to protect from the devastating effects of the halo array. They'd have found a way of catering for different requirements. She found herself wondering whether the Forerunners had thought in terms of diverse community of equals, or simply a zoo for their own amusement. And if you were so powerful and so advanced, so able to play God, what happened to you all? For a moment, she forgot the wider predicament and found she was actually enjoying herself. She knew that was wrong and that she should have been worried, just as worried as the others were about Lucy, who'd now been missing for days. She realized that she was equally untroubled about the food supply. She hoped that was because she'd made a rational calculation about their environment and the kind of plant and animal species it would support. But something at the back of her mind told her that it was an almost religious faith in salvation by genius, that she was so brilliant and her Spartan 2s were so resourceful, that they were bound to come up with a solution to the problem in just the nick of time. Child, belief in magic, belief in grown-ups, omnipotence, get a grip. Get a grip, Halsey. But it really was yet another lovely, balmy day. And it was hard not to believe in Providence. We could have found this sphere set up for the methane-breathing extremophiles, couldn't we? It's working out somehow. The river was ice cold, so bathing was a bracing experience, and her hands were numb by the time she finished washing her clothes each evening. But something perverse within her was actively enjoying the sheer adventure of it all. The temporary camp around the tower had settled into a daily routine, with half the Spartans rostered to gather wild food and the other half carrying out recon in the sprawling but still stubbornly empty city a few kilometers away. Halsey stayed back at the camp with the sidearm and her research. It was a comfortable solution. She didn't have to indulge in conversations or try to maintain a civilized working relationship with Chief Mendez, which was looking less possible by the day. She sat cross-legged on the grass with her laptop balanced on one knee, savoring the current intellectual puzzle, and now not all bothered by the disgusting taste of the ration bars. When she looked up, she could see Kelly emerging from the woods, with her hand resting against her shoulder, as if she was carrying something draped across her back. Judging by the swagger in the Spartan's walk, Kelly was pleased with herself and grinning from ear to ear under that helmet. She came to a stop in front of Halsey and swung the load off her back, holding it up like a prize. It was a rather sad bundle of destruction, a haul of dead animals that she'd managed to trap. Halsey could see 3 or 4 of the small green lizards, one of them temptingly plump, as well as an assortment of birds and 2 hair-sized animals of a species she didn't recognize, covered in dense chocolate-brown fur. "Whatever you do, ma'am, don't say it tastes like chicken." Well, all we need now is a few cloves of garlic and a bottle of decent red," Halsey said, smiling. "Although there is that herb growing over on the riverbank that's got quite a tang to it." Kelly looked around, not so relaxed now. Her shoulders braced. Halsey got the feeling that she'd been tasked with babysitting her and didn't want it to look obvious. "Still no change inside the tower, then?" She meant Lucy. There's got to be some link between these towers and the city. Maybe Lucy's going to pop up inside the building somewhere. "It's only a matter of time before I finish translating the symbols, and then we'll work out how to access the other parts of the building," Halsey said, trying to be reassuring. "I promise you that I haven't forgotten about her." "I didn't say you had, ma'am." "No, I think it was me." Kelly began gutting and skinning her catch, oblivious of Halsey's reaction. Then she stopped and put her hand on the side of her helmet. "Chief Mendez is on his way back. I think that man can smell dinner 10 clicks away. Well, I might as well make myself useful. It'll save an argument." Jacob Keyes had once asked Halsey why she kept a pocket saw in her purse, and she remembered making some crack about putting uppity men in their place with it. But she was an Endymion girl. Endymion, Endymion. But she was an Endymion girl, and it was just a handy thing she might need one day. She'd had a comfortable middle-class upbringing, but Endymion was still a frontier colony. And beyond the boundaries of her hometown, the wilderness always loomed. It was all Glasslands now. She knew that. Reading the official signal as it passed through the Oni system didn't evoke sobbing and regret. Endymion was gone. Her parents were gone. Not that she'd seen much of them in the preceding years, and life had to go on. I have no soul, I know that. But that lets me think of the unthinkable and create the things that enable decent-feeling people to survive. That's the price for all of us. Halsey got up to collect firewood from the log pile that they've started building next to the tower. It was a regular Girl Scout camp. She stood by the fire, pleased that she hadn't forgotten how to build one, and kept it going and smiled at the sight of thorn bushes draped with the Spartan 3's underwear drying in the sun. The hunting team returned first. Fred, Linda, and Olivia ambled into the camp clutching more small dead animals, an assortment of greens, and those yellow tennis ball fruits. Olivia held something in her arms as carefully as if it was a newborn. It was a fish, a huge, silver, meaty-looking fish. It was the first one Halsey had seen here. They definitely weren't going to starve then. "We decided to skip pizza," Olivia said. She cradled the fish, looking wistful. "We've gone organic." The fish seemed to perk up everyone. They took off their helmets and settled down with Halsey to prepare the food, skewering chunks of vegetables and meat on twigs, making moral-boosting comments about everything being all right now, but not mentioning Lucy. Mendez appeared from the trees 100 meters away with Mark, Ash, and Tom trailing behind. "You know what we really need," Fred said. "A nice big cooking pot. I think it's time we invented ceramics." Mendez walked into the cooking circle, grunted in acknowledgement at nobody in particular, and seemed to be doing a head count. He didn't meet Halsey's eyes. "Anyone mind if I light up before dinner?" Ration yourself, Chief, Ash said. 4 puffs, or you'll have to find some local stuff to dry and smoke. Uh-huh. Mendez lit his cigar stub from the taper of dry grass and inhaled deeply. I may well do that, Ash. I may yet weaken. He walked away and stood, with his back to them, facing the river. Halsey wasn't counting, but he'd taken a lot more than 4 puffs by the time he returned. And when he did, his turmoil was etched into his face, possibly the first time that Halsey had ever felt the urge to go to him and ask if she could help. But she knew that she couldn't. It was about Lucy. Nobody was speculating openly about it now, but Halsey was certain that if she could access everyone's thoughts for most of their waking day, then the majority of them would be about that girl. Where she was, what had happened to her, whether she was badly injured or unable to call for help, or what she'd been chasing when she went missing. Whatever it was, it hadn't come back. Halsey decided she could just stay out of Mendez's way and say nothing indefinitely, because this exile might last for years, assuming he doesn't shoot me first. She got to her feet and wandered over to him. I'm nearly finished translating the symbols, Chief, she said, brandishing the achievement like an olive branch. I'm betting that we'll be able to work it all out then. Mendez looked down at the glowing tip of his cigar, then extinguished it carefully on the sole of his boot. Hope so, Doctor. Like everyone says, Lucy's smart and tough. She'll hang in there wherever there is. Halsey really was trying to make placatory conversation. Whatever Mendez had done in the intervening years, she wouldn't have been able to turn her Spartans into soldiers without him. So how did you actually select the 3s? He looked up slowly. Is this going to be about me betraying you or helping Ackerson hijack your project? Because if it is, I was just asking, she said, because I want to know. Well, we didn't select them on the basis of perfect genomes, he said. Halsey had suspended the second tranche of the Spartan program because she'd run out of candidates with the ideal genetic profile. She knew he wasn't going to let her forget it. They were all orphans, no qualification beyond the Covenant slaughtering their entire families. We asked them if they wanted to get their revenge, and we took the ones who said yes. He put his cigar back in his belt pouch, but he was staring right into her face. We took volunteers. We enhanced them some, but we took whatever we could get, and they turned out fine. No filtering at all. A 6-year-old couldn't possibly understand combat enough to volunteer, but she didn't want to start a pissing contest with him over ethics, not in front of the Spartans, not even the genetic screenings. You think it's all about genes, Doctor? The Spartans that I trained were made from random, raw, imperfect humanity. But by God, they were motivated. And that's what it's all about, a state of mind. Halsey wanted to resist a debate. But if she just nodded and smiled, it would have made him just as angry. If that were true, then we wouldn't have needed the Spartan program. Exceptional genes create an advantage in any field. What was it you said to me once? Genome is the blueprint. Environment and training is the engineer. Phenotype. Yes, but I realize you need justification, but your history isn't up to your science, Mendez growled. The most successful special forces in history weren't genetic supermen. They were every damn size and shape, every age, and some of them weren't even especially fit, but they all had one thing that made them great: commandos. They believed they could do anything, and then they went out and did it. Mendez always knew when to strike to disable. It was part of his training. He could wound psychologically just as well as he could place a fist or a blade. My research mattered. My research made a difference. Don't you give me that commando state of mind bullshit. Don't you dare. But you let Kurt tamper with their neurobiology. So what kind of state of mind is that? Halsey defended herself. Why the hell should she take this? She's dedicated her entire life to the defense of Earth and its colonies, surrendering any chance of the kind of normal family life that other women took for granted. And that was made illegal years ago. So was goddamn kidnapping and using non-consenting humans in medical experiments, Doctor, but I never noticed that stopping you. Her attempt to re-establish diplomatic relations with Mendez had crashed and burned inside minutes. She was fuming. You could have chosen to put it aside, Chief, but you didn't. You found the first chance to take a pop at me. She was suddenly aware of the Spartans in her peripheral vision, frozen in position and watching warily. When she turned, what she saw troubled her. Her Spartans were standing in a knot, and Mendez were sitting on the other side of the fire. She got the feeling that it was about more than just sticking with the people you know all your life. Olivia called to them. The fish is going to be ready soon, she said. Ever the diplomat. If you want to stake your claim, you better get over here. If there had been cold beer and good humor, Halsey reflected, it would have been a pleasant barbecue. Everyone settled down and ate in silence for a while, and eventually Mendez licked his fingers and wiped them on one of the large leaves that did duty as plates. As long as she's got water, she can last a couple of weeks without food, he said. He didn't need to say the word Lucy. So how far have you got, Doctor? Well, the more I translate, the more I see an environment that can be tailored to the needs of a species. Halsey took refuge in the neutral topic. What I've not worked out yet is how they would divide up the planet into different ecosystems for different species. But they're the forerunners. If they can build a Dyson sphere like this and a halo array, then compartmentalizing atmospheres would probably be very simple housekeeping for them. So whatever was moving around in the corridor before we lost Lucy, Mark said, is it possible that another species landed in here just like we did? Halsey liked to think of this as a tactical withdrawal into the only safe place between them and the Covenant rather than blundering it. But she knew there was always a chance that they were in over their heads. Even when she shook all the facts and information out of this place, there was no guarantee that they would ever find a way out. Perhaps the Forerunners had given up on colonizing the galaxy and had decided to sit tight on one safe barricade world for the rest of time. I'd be lying if I said no, Halsey said at last. Normal conversation didn't resume. All the Spartans had heard every word that Halsey and Mendez had said, and now there was no use pretending that the pair of them were wrestling with battered, painful consciences. I still got a couple of panels to analyze, Halsey said, getting to her feet and finding that her knees were a lot less flexible than she remembered. Once she could have stood up from cross-leg position in one fluid movement, but that time was now long gone. Better crack on with the task. I'll leave you to wash the dishes. Kelly tossed some of the large leaves on the fire. Dishes are done, she said. Halsey went back into the tower and framed up the shots on her datapad, moving the device back and forth until she was satisfied with the symbols on the panel were clear enough for the program to interpret. She sat down in the corner back against the smooth, cool stone and started tapping out the beginning of another journal while the program ran its course. No, it really wasn't like a decent pencil or honest paper, but it would have to do. The analysis eventually chirped to let her know that it had done the best it could. When she looked at the screen, there were still some gaps that were proving hard to pin down. Normally her attention would have gone straight to the missing words, but something else grabbed her, and that was the word vessels. She looked at all the components of the symbol, the equivalent of speech phonemes, and she had to agree with the program. One particular symbol had to mean transport of some kind. Suddenly, the information fell into place. The panel appeared to be instructions for decontaminating vessels with possible flood contagions. There was a mention of the word that the program interpreted intriguingly as either barn or tomb, but that she suspected was garage, or storehouse, or sarcophagus, or mausoleum. Perhaps they liked to have their possessions in their tombs, like we once did. No, she settled on garage. Somewhere around here, there was either a cache of existing vessels or the facilities for maintaining them, and that would need to be enormous. The panel didn't say where it was, but it certainly hinted at what might have happened to Lucy. Chief, she got up and went in search of Mendez. Chief, have you seen anything above ground that looks like a garage? Unity, area, Dyson Sphere Onyx, local date November 2552. Lucy stood in front of the screen, trying to phrase her problem in a way that Prone to Drift would understand. His two friends, refill-needed and effortlessly buoyant, didn't seem to be interested in the conversation and were working their way through her rucksack again. When she glanced their way, she saw that they had reshaped the composite backpack into a more streamlined shape and slotted onto her armor more neatly. She'd thought they would want to help her, but whoever had reported that their only interest in life was fixing things had been absolutely right. Prone persisted, though. He kept returning to another screen on the other side of the room, flickering through lists of symbols as if it was searching for something. Lucy tried to work out how to get him to focus on her. She went up to him and tapped him on the back of his carapace, forcing him to turn around. She pointed at her screen and tapped furiously. "Let me out," Lucy wrote. "Please." Prone considered the words, head tilting back and forth. "Why?" "My friends are waiting for me," Lucy responded. "We know. Let me find them." "Not yet," Prone replied. "I must contact." Lucy paused. She had no cast iron guarantee that the war was over. Could risk mentioning Earth. Could the Huragok send signals outside the sphere, or were they just monitoring the situation with sensors on the surface? She started on a new line. In too much of a hurry to ask, she could delete that she'd written, "I must let my homeworld know where we are." Well, if nothing else, she was learning how to form sentences. That was something, even if she couldn't yet work out why Prone was being uncooperative. They didn't take prisoners, or at least the Covenant ones didn't. She might have been making too big of an assumption about this group of engineers. Prone started to drift off again, but she caught one of his tentacles and steered him back to the screen. "How long have you been here?" she wrote. "Since I was made." How long in my years? She wasn't sure if that would make any sense to him. A year on Earth wasn't the same length as a year on a colony world, and her years were always based on a military calendar of 365 days, 24-hour Earth days on a Zulu time, a relic of a world that wasn't hers because UNSC's Earth was the culture, loyalty, and administrative habits. She could remember the name of the town she came from, but not the planet. "Do you know about the war?" Lucy knew the Dyson Sphere had been sealed for a long time, or else the UNSC teams would have been on Onyx for 60 years, would probably have already found it. The engineers had been down here since before first contact with the Covenant. Prone seemed distracted for a moment. "That was a long time ago," he said. Lucy struggled with that answer. Halsey had said that time inside the Dyson Sphere was elapsing at a slower rate than in normal space, but she didn't know exactly how much more slowly. A terrible thought occurred to Lucy. Maybe the relative time here was so slowed that hundreds or thousands of years had passed outside. And even if the halo hadn't fired, then everything and everyone she knew was already gone. How could she get an answer out of Prone that she could understand? She shared one common unit of time with him, and that was this artificial world. "How long?" she asked again. "In Onyx days, we called this place Onyx." The years had been longer here, but the days were very close in length to Earth's, one of the factors that got the colonists' interest. Earth-bred crop varieties could grow in their natural cycles without much modification here. Does Prone know where a planet outside here, though? Does Prone know there was a planet outside here, though? Come on, he's an engineer running a Forerunner bunker. Of course he knows. She wasn't sure what the length of the day was inside the sphere, but she knew it wasn't 10 hours or anything that would give her an answer that was too far off the mark. Prone paused and then scribbled some symbols on the glass. $37 million. She counted the zeros. That couldn't be right. In words, she responded, 1, 2, 3. Prone got it right away. 37 million. Lucy had to stop and reread it. Was he really saying 37 million days? That was... She shut her eyes to move the decimal place and get a rough idea of the years. She made that 100,000. Oh God, no. We've been in here that long. It hadn't been much of a world, and her life had been miserable. But she wasn't ready to turn her back on all that it had been. Now she definitely had to make sure Halsey got this information. I have to get out, Lucy wrote, now. She could feel her throat tightening and an awful pressure building up at the roof of her mouth. Her eyes brimmed. She was going to burst into tears. She'd always managed to hold it in together in combat. But being ripped out of time wasn't something that she was prepared for at all. Prone seemed to notice. He fussed over her with his cilia. He might just have been trying to take samples of her tears because he didn't know what they were, but she preferred to think that he was being kind. I must restore you, he wrote. They were communicating in English, but it didn't necessarily mean that they were using words the same way. Maybe it was her. Maybe she really wasn't making sense. However sane she sounded to herself. Restore what? She asked. Reclaim her, he said. Prone drifted away to gaze at his own screen for a while. Then he flashed up some diagrams. She thought he was bored and that his attention had drifted back to machines, but every few minutes he would float across and put the flat paddle-like end of one tentacle on her cheek. She felt a tickling sensation every time the cilia touched her skin. Now that he thought the flood hadn't overrun the galaxy and the halo hadn't fired, he seemed to believe the crisis was over, 100,000 years over. Well, hers wasn't. She had to make him understand that she walked up behind him intending to grab him if she had to, but she found herself looking at the schematic on the screen that was occupying him. It looked like a complex wiring loom, a closed system with dense networks in a couple of places and long, much thicker routing connecting to them. No, that wasn't right. Some of the rerouting looked vaguely familiar. Lucy took a few steps back so that the detail blurred and she could get a sense of the overall shape. Then it struck her. She had to cast her mind back to the earliest period of her training on Onyx. She was 7 or 8 years old, grappling with subjects she never had to worry about at school, and she was trying to copy a diagram from a biology text. Human circulation. It was the human circulatory system. It was now obvious. It was now obvious, an outline almost like an elongated figure of 8 or an infinity symbol. The classic stylized diagram that had appeared in anatomy references for centuries. She tugged at one of Prone's free arms and tried to get his attention. On the writing screen, why circulation, she wrote. To help me repair you. Lucy now knew where this was going. Prone reached out to one side of the workshop, a flurry of tentacles and cilia, and whipped out a small spatula in a gray cylinder, exactly like the ones that had been stalking the squad outside. She was ready to trust him with anything now. Hold out your hand, he wrote. She had nothing to lose. The more he knew about her, the more chance she stood of explaining the situation. She thrust her hand out, palm up, and drew the spatula across the skin. The gray cylinder drifted free and hung in front of her for a few seconds. Then it moved off and merged into what she thought was just a wall. Prone turned away and studied the circulation diagram. More symbols were appearing on it, one at a time. He spent a few moments prodding the screen and watching the display change, then turned to her, making little burbling noises like a stream. His head tilted back and forth as if it was working out what to say. "You are well. Why are you silent?" He reached out and put a tentacle on top of her head. Lucy took it as a comforting gesture at first, like patting a dog, but then she had another thought. Is he analyzing me? The cilia on Engineer's tentacles obviously provided more than just a sense of touch, and what seemed to be a molecular level. Maybe they could detect electrical activity through them as well, and perhaps Prone was just doing an EEG, not being kind to her. He withdrew and wrote on the screen again. "Not balanced, but speech center is undamaged. Why not? Why can I not repair you?" It was a very good question. Lucy chewed over the "not balanced" bit before responding. "I'm not broken." "You are very broken, Lucy B902. Reclaimers speak." It was one thing trying to explain things she understood. All she had to do was find the words, and that was coming back to her faster than she'd expected. But her inability to talk was something else entirely. All the rationalization she gave herself didn't explain why she couldn't snap out of this when she absolutely needed to. "Not balanced?" she asked. "More scared and angry than you need to be. But why you not talk?" That summed up her existence. Prone was a pretty good psychiatrist. Maybe that was all part of his duties. The engineers here were more like an emergency team than ever, maintaining the bunker and repairing everyone and everything that came to the shelter here. "Because it's in my head," she wrote. This was suddenly getting very uncomfortable. "Feelings. Explain to me why." "Something. Just thinking it was the hardest thing of all." Lucy put her fingers on the glass screen and paused, watching the letters fading in and out uncertainly, while she struggled to pin down the awful thing that lurked in her mind. The monster under the bed that she didn't dare look at, in case it saw her and turned to scream the awful truth at her. She found herself pressing her fingers against the glass so hard now that her forefinger turned yellow and bloodless. Say it, write it, admit it, face it. Prone wasn't human. She knew he wouldn't judge her. He didn't even seem capable of being hostile to her for killing his friend. If there was anyone she could lean on to face this moment, it was him. She paused and realized her eyes were brimming with hot tears. Blinding her to what was on the screen, she wiped them with the heel of her free hand. Scared that if she took her finger off at the keyboard that she would never touch it again, just as she had given up speaking, and then she would sink inside of herself forever. "Because I'm alive and my friends are dead." "I should be dead too." Lucy looked at the words, stark and accusing, with a life of their own. It was very different to having them hidden in her head. "My family is dead. My friends are dead. I couldn't save anyone, and I don't deserve to be here when they're not." The effort almost stopped her breathing. But the words were out now, and she stared at them, letting the reality sink in. Prone made odd little cooing sounds like a very distant pigeon. "But they are not all dead. They are in the Citadel." Lucy's eyes were fixed on the lines of text, her own miserable failure and guilt now public for all to see. Just as she couldn't force herself to jump off the ledge and speak, she now couldn't look away from the blank letters floating in front of her. Prone slid his tentacle under her chin and forced her face to him. He was a lot stronger than she imagined. She couldn't actually pull back from him, even though he wasn't even hurting her. "You are the first thing I cannot repair." His bioluminescence suddenly seemed a lot brighter. "Perhaps your friends can." Lucy now realized why he was forcing her to look away. He wasn't trying to stop her from wallowing in her own misery. He was trying to get her to look at something else. Spread across the far wall was a composite image of a city, all towers and deserted roads. and one fragment of the image seemed to be a viewpoint of a floating camera drifting down the street. It was looking head-on at Chief Mendez and Fred, flanked by the rest of her squad. And Blue Team, walking in silence with a resigned set to their shoulders. But then Mendez spoke as if he'd been arguing with himself and couldn't keep it any longer. God damn it, we will find her. She's only been gone 4 days. She's a survivor. She knows we won't stop looking for her. 4 days. 4 days. Lucy was certain she'd only been in here 4 hours. This place had to be another slip space pocket. How many dimensional layers were there in this sphere? She pulled away from Prone and tapped frantically on the text screen. Please take me to them. Will they hurt us? He asked. Lucy grabbed his tentacle. He almost jerked away, but he seemed to be getting used to her now. She reached back to the screen with her free hand. I won't let anyone hurt you. It didn't seem enough. She tried to underline anyone with emphatic strokes, but the marks did not appear. Prone cocked his head to one side as if he was weighing up the odds. I know, he said, and led her through the workshop. Chapter 12. I want a complete EM cordon around that anomaly. I don't want anyone else to know it's there, and I don't want any signals in or out. You keep that damn thing under signal lockdown. And if you hear so much as a sneeze from it, then you absolutely do not respond to it or indicate your presence in any way. Communication will be conducted entirely through me. Admiral Margaret O. Parangoski, Sinconi, to the CEO of UNSC Glamorgan on the discovery of the trans-dimensional object near Onyx. UNSC Port Stanley, February 2553. I still think we should pay Venezia a visit. Vaz leaned out of the compartment to check if the door to Osmond's day cabin was still shut, although one Shiva won't be enough to glass them, would it? Maybe Telcam can oblige, Mal said. He was stirring something in a bowl, a brown paste that looked like baby food. Now that he's got to worship and everything, no point having dodgy hingeheads friends if you can't use them. Vaz peered into the bowl. What's that? BB's special recipe. Mal stuck his finger into the sludge and tasted it, but he didn't pull a face, so Vaz took that as approval. Actually, it tastes like yeast extract with sugar in it. Sort of salty and malty. Held out the container in Adge's direction. Come on, Adge. Nom nom. Nummy yeast stuff. Adge seemed tempted and floated across to take the container. He looked into it, cocking his head. You need a spoon or something? Mal pulled one of his pocket. Go on, dig in. Adge took the spoon and the container and drifted into the corner behind one of the duct runs. Enchantingly harmless. Vaz was starting to worry what would happen to him when he was handed over to Oni. A ferociously disloyal and undisciplined thought crossed his mind, but he pushed it away. Mal was right. If the UNSC had grabbed a few more engineers early in the war, things may have been very different. It was clear now that the Covenant wouldn't have been half so powerful without them. They were struggling to change their own light bulbs now. Osmond's door clicked, a warning that it was going to open. She emerged with an odd expression on her face that Vaz interpreted as a sort of wistful satisfaction, like some good news had arrived a little too late. She caught him watching. Why don't y'all grab a cup of coffee and close up on the bridge in a few minutes? She said, more of a friendly invitation than an order. I've got some interesting information from Sydney. Mal raised his eyebrows discreetly at Vaz and turned to whisper. Phillips reckons that Admiral Hood's planning to visit the Hingeheads, judging by the chatter he's picking up. Maybe we'll have to provide close protection for him. I'd love a bit of irony in my life. BB must have been doing a discreet roundup. Naomi, Devereaux, and Phillips joined them on the bridge, looking as if they were expecting what Mal referred to as a serious bollocking. Vaz found it hard to imagine Osmond bollocking anybody. Vaz suspected that her style was much more like Parengoski's. Either a look of quiet disapproval for the small mistakes, or a single round that you never saw coming from really big misjudgments. Shouting didn't even seem to be Oni's style. BB settled on the comms console and didn't say a word. Do you want me to give you a long explanatory preamble to this, or would you rather I just plunge straight in? Osmond asked. You're free to stop me with any questions. We're really good with plunging in, ma'am, Mal said, as long as there's no complicated physics in it. Osmond almost smiled. I'll add clairvoyance to your list of ad-quals staff. Yes, there's a little bit of physics. It's a mixed bag, so I'll deal with the bad news first. She looked at Naomi. There's a memorial dedication at Voy next month, and you'll know some of the names on it. I'm afraid that the Master Chief is one of them. Vaz didn't know much about Spartan politics apart from the rapid acquaint of the last few weeks, but he did know who the Master Chief was. He could only imagine how hard the news hit Naomi. He tried not to stare at her, but it seemed cowardly not to look at the woman in the eye and remind her she was among friends. She didn't move a muscle. It was hard to tell if any blood had drained from that porcelain white face or not, but she glanced down for a second and clasped her hands in her lap. I thought he was listed as missing, ma'am. Osmond seemed to be picking each word with absolute precision. Vaz detected a slight shift in tone now, slowing and lowering pitch, like she was making a statement. Yes, dead Spartans always are, and we can still hope that he's out there somewhere, but we've got to be realistic. I'm assuming there's no news on Kelly, Linda, or Fred. Nothing concrete that I can tell you yet. The other names that are going to bother you is Catherine Halsey. UNSC now declared her dead so that they can release records. Nobody who's left on Reach could have survived anyway. I'm sorry that we've lost some good people. Osmond didn't indicate whether she thought Halsey was one of them. Vaz got the feeling that he was missing something. He turned his head and casually as he could, just to check if there was a spark of that same doubt in anyone else's face, but he couldn't tell. He was drinking too much of that Oni coffee. Maybe that stuff was specially blended to keep their field operatives at maximum paranoia. Osmond went on regardless. Now the rest of the business. Admiral Hood's planning to visit St. Helios for talks with the Arbiter, so we'll be standing by to keep an eye on that. We might also end up diverted to the Onyx sector to assist with an anomaly. Osmond seemed to be focused on Naomi, so maybe she was worried about her reaction to the news about the Master Chief. Okay, Onyx isn't a secret. You probably worked out one way or another that Parengoski quarantined it for our own extreme, dodgy purposes. But the planet isn't there anymore. It broke up. It was a Forerunner satellite made of millions of defensive robotic constructs. But we think there's a slipspace shelter at the core that survived the destruction. And we need to acquire that technology, Mal said. Probably, but we might have UNSC personnel trapped in there in need of extraction, and I think that'll interest us more. Any questions? Do we know who? Devereaux asked. Maybe, Osmond said, suddenly very Oni again. Vaz decided to change the subject to something that was gnawing at him. The business with Admiral Hood, ma'am. If this is all part of the peace treaty, how does that affect our mission? It doesn't, Osmond said. And it doesn't make any difference if the Arbiter is completely genuine. Shakes Hood's hand and asks him to marry his sister. We know damn well that the Arbiter doesn't speak for all of St. Healy, let alone the rest of the assorted rabble out there. So we carry on. And if Hood manages to charm the pants off the Hedgeheads, then that's terrific. But if he doesn't, then we're still there in the background making sure that we never have to go through this again. And should we know who Halsey is? Chief Scientist at ONI, Osmond said. Vaz decided she had some serious issues with this Halsey judging by the set of her jaw. Creator of the Spartan program. It's only fair to warn you that there will be some unpleasant revelations emerging about her. Brilliant, yes, and the Spartans changed the course of the war, but her methods left a lot to be desired. History might not judge her so kindly. Naomi wouldn't have made a very good poker player. She might have been able to keep up that unblinking Spartan stoicism for a while, but Vaz had learned to spot a small giveaway gesture. He could see her pressing her lips together more tightly with every mention of Halsey's name. "And how will you judge her, Captain?" Mal asked. Osmond shrugged. "If I tell you, I have to reveal classified information, and I'm not keeping that from you because it's classified, but because it's extremely personal. And I think I'd like to talk to Naomi privately before the rest of you hear it." "You could have cut the tension on that bridge with a blunt plastic butter knife," Vaz interpreted. "It is a suggestion to get lost and leave Osmond and Naomi to have a girl-on-girl chat." "You're always pretty straight with us, ma'am," Devereaux said. "I'm not brown-nosing, but we want to know... we want you to know that we appreciate it." Osmond folded her arms, not so much defensive as looking like she wanted to curl up and hide. And she wasn't the shrieking violent type. There was definitely something else going on here. "If I ask you to put your lives on the line, the least I can do is tell you the truth, or as much of it as I can," she said. "I know I often ask your opinion rather than give you clear orders, and that's because you've all got a hell of a lot more combat experience than me, and I respect and trust your judgment. So if you ever think I'm screwing up on a biblical scale, I want you to tell me so." Some Marines liked cast iron certainty in their officers, but Vaz was happy to settle for intelligent honesty. Officers who knew what they didn't know were rare gems. He realized he was willing to do just about any damn thing she asked him to do. Maybe that was the intention. She was Paragoski's protege after all, and he couldn't imagine the old girl picking someone who wouldn't give the best of her people. No, sometimes you have to accept that people mean what they say. Likeable officers or not, she still had to do some difficult stuff with Naomi. "Okay, people dismissed," she said. "We need a little while to talk, me and Naomi." Mal herded everyone down to the hangar deck, as much distance as he could give anyone in this ship. Adge followed them and hung around, fondling equipment in the small comms workstation that Phillips had set up on the side of the deck. "I know you're in there, BB." Mal looked up at the deckhead. "Just be a good mate and let us know what we can do for Naomi, will you? Because I know bad news when I see it." BB's avatar appeared below the gantry. "Now you know why the captain's been telling you so much about the Spartan program. The end of the war, as good a time as any to take a serious look at unsavory things that we've done." "Yeah, that's a lot easier now that this Halsey woman is dead," Vaz said, trying to imagine what could possibly be worse than kidnapping 6-year-olds and shooting them up with hormones and ceramic implants. Very convenient for her. Always best not to mention it while they're alive and where they can still name names. "You're a rather cynical young man, Vasily," BB said. "Very well. I promise I'll keep you up to speed on Naomi with her consent." BB disappeared, and the 3 ODSTs stood there in silence with Phillips. Vaz was suddenly aware of pinging and scratching noses coming out of Phillips' comms workstation. Whatever Adge was doing, he was unvandalizing the equipment with enthusiasm. "Busy little guy, isn't he?" Phillips said. "Going to check on the frantic remodeling?" Okay, I'll keep him out of the main systems." "Osmond's okay," Mal said. "Good sort." Vaz shrugged. "She's half Spartan." "Yeah," said Devereaux, "but the other half is purebred spook. That's not the kind of pet you can trust with your kids." "I don't care," Vaz said. "I like her." "And what the hell are we now anyway?" Vaz didn't know how long Osmond talked to Naomi, but it was a couple hours before the Spartan came down to the hangar. She looked as if nothing had happened. But then, she was pretty good at battening down the hatches as long as she had a few moments to compose herself before she had to face everyone. It was all part of the psychology of spending a lot of time with your face obscured behind a visor, something Vaz understood all too well. He passed her on the way to the head and gave her a "you can talk to me" look, holding eye contact for a few extra seconds. "How's it going?" he asked. I'm still working that out, she said, and disappeared into the Mjolnir compartment. We're here whenever you want to talk, Vaz said, but he wasn't sure if she heard him. For the next 24 hours, everything fell back into the daily routine of monitoring voice traffic and gathering intelligence. Port Stanley was doing the ship equivalent of ODST hard routines, carrying out surveillance under the enemy nose, hiding in the bushes of total silence for weeks at a time, without even a smoke or a cooked meal for comfort, except that she didn't need bushes. She didn't get leg cramps, and she didn't get distracted by the need to take a leak. Vaz had carried out way too much recon and FAC behind enemy lines to feel less of a man for doing it the Oni way. He could brew a pot of coffee and have a good scratch while he watched the data come in. It would have been better to have someone on the ground as well on St. Helios itself, but it was hard to pass yourself off as a hingehead when everybody around you was a meter taller. Vaz tried to think creatively about ways to infiltrate the keeps. He sat at one of the workstations on the bridge, noting the occasional movement of St. Heli ships between their various orbital ships and the two moons, Subon and Quecoast. There was a lot of traffic, but certainly nothing to suggest that they were attempting to rearm or regroup. If anything, it seemed more like a free-for-all, with ships disappearing to scattered locations across the planet, something that Phillips confirmed from the radio chatter. It's really quite sad. Phillips was lounging at the console and a couple of seats away with his feet up on another seat, one hand in his earpiece. They've been this amazing military culture for thousands of years, but now the Sanshayim have gone, and they're running out of equipment and motivation. The Kaidons are just taking whatever ships and equipment they can find and stashing it within their own cities. Can't stop fighting men from fighting, Vaz said. That sounds like a recipe for civil war without any intervention from us. Phillips shook his head. Don't underestimate the charismatic power of the Arbiter, especially Vadam. What I can work out is just how much fighting there was on St. Helios itself when he split from the Covenant. Telcam says they're still fractionalized. But he omits to tell me just how much damage was done with the fighting. You want to get down there and take a look, don't you? Don't you? Only through my scope, just before I squeeze one off. But it's fascinating ancient cultures. It's a fortress full of angry hingeheads who still think we're bacteria. You know, travel broadens the... Phillips stopped dead and swung his boots off the seat to lean in on the console and concentrate on the transmission now coming in. Okay, Vaz, quiet. It's Telcam. And remember that he understands every word we say. Yes, just like my Grant's dog. Telcam called in as regularly now as the UNSC operating base. It seemed to take him a few days to collect arms, get them back home, and distribute them before asking for the next batch. Osmond's policy was to drip feed him anyway, and Vaz understood the wisdom of sneaking weapons in a few at a time in dozens of different vessels rather than risk losing everything in a single intercepted shipment. But maybe his missus had told him that he couldn't store the stuff in the garage. Sangheili had wives too. What's everyone else on St. Helios doing? They can't all be in the army. Phillips has a point. I bet he'd wet himself with excitement if someone offered him a trip down there. Phillips listened intently for a while, grunting, yes, I'll do that, now and again, then pushed himself back from the console, brandishing his datapad. BB materialized beside him. You'd make a wonderful receptionist, BB said. Go on, give the message to the captain. Phillips looked at BB and smiled. Pizza with all the toppings for Mr. Telcam, I think. Vaz wondered if Naomi fancied a run ashore after being cooped up in the Stanley for so long. Even the Glasslands were starting to look good, regardless of how well stocked the wardroom galley was, or how many creature comforts the ship provided. Oni didn't believe in roughing it. Vaz went off to find her. She was tinkering with her helmet, something that really didn't need doing if the armor fixed itself. She glanced up at him. Lid okay, he asked. Lighter than the old model Mark 7, new supplier. You get all the best kit? Naomi took a breath. It was impatience. It looked more like embarrassment. Look, I know you're being kind, she said. And just because I'm not very talkative, it doesn't mean I don't appreciate it. So are you coming? Why not? They say Spartans need to get out more. She'd tell him what was troubling her in her own good time. He just couldn't imagine what would disturb a Spartan. But whatever it was, it had something to do with Halsey. Beck and Quarry, Amdama, sang Helios. Ray looked over the unflinching resolve from a distance, but declined to step on board. Jewel was a little disappointed. She'd never seen his world before, and he'd hoped she might understand them better if she saw how he lived while he was away from home. Are you sure it's a good idea to move this ship? She asked, turning to Baran and Force. Many shipmasters have reclaimed their vessels and taken them back to their keeps, from what I hear. I doubt anyone would find it suspicious now. Baran shrugged and shot a glance at Jewel. Ask your husband. He's the one who's worried about traders and the traders knowing the coordinates. The worst that can happen is that some worthless Kigyar and a few civilian humans know this location, so what are they going to do about it? They could trade the information, Jewel said, and they managed to board the Piety and kill the crew, so we have no guarantees that they didn't make a note of their course from the nav computers. Information was frequently currency, and it was always power. But there were times when Jewel knew it could be both a weapon and a liability. Telcam said he picked weapons and shipments on a cleansed human colony world. It made sense to take the frigate there, wherever it was. Jewel wondered if he was being selfish for putting his fear for his clan above the necessity of his duty. But there was such a thing as not risking the lives of the uninvolved, any more than he had to. The rest of his brethren would face the Arbiter's vengeance if his coup failed. If you're asking me, I think it's a good idea to move her too, said Force. There's no more defensible base than the one the enemy doesn't know about. So where's the secret hiding place then, Ray asked. Her tone suggested that she thought it was all a childish prank, that this brave talk of overthrowing the Arbiter was turning into a hobby to make them feel like warriors again. Seeing as your revolutionary headquarters is a temple right in the middle of one of the most heavily populated states on the planet, I don't know where it is, Jewel said, but it's a planet that was cleansed of humans, so perhaps nobody pays any attention to it. I would still like to know where it is. Telcam was due to arrive shortly. Jewel had begun to feel that he spent his entire existence waiting for the monk now to show up without explanation, but then he supposed that this was the nature of an underground movement. There would come a point, though, when Jewel would no longer be willing to take things on trust. He was a shipmaster. He was used to setting courses and giving orders, not trailing along in the wake of others. If things didn't start to move more rapidly, then he would reconsider his plans. The longer the Arbiter was left to soothe and cajole the population into accepting the false peace with the humans, the harder it would be to galvanize them into action before the inevitable happens. Well, I have real work to do, Ray said, turning her back to the keep. I'm sure you'll let me know when something decisive and manly has taken place. Baran watched her go and turned her back to Jewel with a wary swing of his head. Perhaps we should unleash our wives on the Arbiter, he said. They could glower at him until he concedes defeat. It would certainly be effective against me. It was Baran's ship, and he could take it back at any time he pleased, but he seemed persuaded by Telcam. Jewel paced up and down, wondering again how the great Sangheili nation had come to this shambling indecisiveness. Eventually, the sounds of another shuttle rumbled into the still country air and announced the monk's arrival. Jewel identified it as a small military transport this time, one of the old but still serviceable Contriton class. Seeing the ship appear over the top of the quarry and confirm its identification gave him some satisfaction. Telcam stepped down from the shuttle and opened the cargo doors. I have just one warhead today, brothers. I believe we can move that without the assistance of Tajiro Hanai. He had a very eloquent walk and way of telling people to roll up their sleeves and get working. But I have another collection to make now, so we will have many more new rifles tomorrow. I think we should move unflinching resolve to another location, Jewel said, walking up the loading ramp to take one end of the lift loader. Telcam looked past him at Buran. Do you share that opinion? Buran shrugged. There's a lot to be said for covert bases, but it depends on how far your little hiding place is. Telcam looked at them more as if he was deciding which of them would be the biggest troublemaker. Where is this place of yours? Jewel asked. I promised my suppliers that I would keep our rendezvous point to myself, Telcam said. It's not a matter of individual trust. We've now seen that the Kigyar can do, with a little help from humans, what they put their minds to do. What nobody else knows cannot be accidentally discovered. Did he just insult us? Jewel wasn't sure. He hesitated to call a devout servant a liar, however eccentric he thought Telcam's religious views were, and he'd come to admire the monk's hardened warrior instinct. He'd risen in the ranks to field master. He understood humans exceptionally well from his service as an interpreter. If anyone grasped the idea that humans would never stop spreading and would always be a threat, it was Telcam. But something in Jewel's instinct told him that a little too much was being kept from him, considering the risks he was now taking. I would like to come with you and assess this place, Jewel said. There's no reason why I can't accompany you, is there? Telcam hesitated for a fraction of a second too long. My suppliers are very nervous, and you'll appreciate, I think, they would be a little worried to see more Sangheili at the rendezvous point, especially ones they haven't learned to trust. Who are they? Who do you think? Tell me you're not trading with Kigyar. None of them can be trusted. Many of them are in a league with humans. And the last thing we want is for humans to know how divided our people are. Telcam just looked at him, mildly disapproving. I realize the incident with Piety has disturbed us, brother. But we've always known that the Kigyar were unreliable, undisciplined, and without honor. Why this should unsettle you now, I have no idea. This has already cost us a Huragok. We're sorely needed, Jewel said. Feeling a little childish for his retaliation, I trust nobody these days. Telcam nodded politely. Indeed, I understand. Forrest and Jewel finished unloading the warhead, and Telcam got back into the shuttle. As the Contriton lifted off, Buran turned to Jewel. He really doesn't want anyone else there when the handover takes place, Buran said. I wonder if he trusts us, or perhaps he thinks we're losing our nerve. Jewel made an instant decision, not a rash one, but a rapid one, and turned his head back to the keep. There's something I must do. I will talk with you later. Jewel, wait, we must talk. Later. Once he was out of sight of the quarry, Jewel broke into a run and made for the growing assortment of small vessels that had started to assemble at Bacan. Jewel had to know where Telcam was going and who he was meeting, if only to have a fallback position if anything went wrong. Telcam failed to return one day. The kind of creatures who would sell the monk weapons would just as easily betray him to someone else for a higher price. Jewel fired up his shuttle's drive and took the routine flight path out of Amdama. If he was lucky, Telcam wouldn't be looking for vessels on his trail, and Jewel could just hang behind him at a discreet distance and perhaps even work out his destination without needing to land. He set his shuttle to maintain a fixed distance behind the Contriton and sat back to study the sensor screens. After 6 hours, Jewel decided Telcam was heading for the Neuroman system. scattered with planets that humans referred to as Glasslands. That was their disrespectful term for the worlds that had felt the cleansing fire of plasma bombardment sanctioned by the Senshayun. As good as a place as any to have unnoticed rendezvous, and to hide warships, of course. Telcam's Contriton began to follow a more specific course 2 hours later. He was on a trajectory for a world that appeared on Jules' charts as L'Aquila, but that the humans had named New Lanelli. The colonists had managed to establish only a handful of sprawling settlements, and it had needed much attention to restore it to its pre-human state. Jewel kept out of Telcam's visual range, tracking him on the screen, and landed in the lee of a hill about a kilometer from where the shuttle had touched down. So now we'll see your shy associates. He moved from cover to cover and eventually caught sight of it, skylined by the glaring silver reflection of the verified plane beyond a human dropship, sitting about 100 meters from Telcam's vessel. So it was Kigyar then. The vermin were pillaging everything they could find. The human vessel was a cut above the average fruit of the Kigyar lootings, though. It bristled with electronics, masts, and extending from a pod on the top of the hull, which was a soft dark gray material, so matte that it seemed more like fabric than metal. They're getting very ambitious, our Kigyar friends. A rather expensive toy for them, like the Huragok. Jules shifted positions and knelt among the scrubby brushes, like a sly human. Even at this distance, he could hear Telcam's voice, but he couldn't make out the words. He edged forward a meter at a time until he had a clear view of the commandeered human ship. Now, I wasn't expecting that. A human pilot was sitting in the cockpit, a female with black hair and delicate features, fiddling with controls above the view screen. It confirmed his worst fears that the Kigyar had scattered human colonists and now found common cause in the aftermath of the Covenant's destruction. They were kindred spirits in too many ways. Telcam should have known better than to do business with them. Jewel was rehearsing how he would broach this error of judgment with the monk, and still struggling with his disbelief about such crass naivety. When he saw someone get out of the dropship, but it was another human female. But this was no opportunist from the civilian colony. She walked with the confident authority of someone used to command, and she was wearing a UNSC uniform. Was this official? Was this how the UNSC fought wars? She might just be a corrupt officer lining her pockets. The war's over and nobody's checking the armory so closely. Jewel could hear them talking. He knew little of the human language, but Telcam inevitably was completely fluent in the one the UNSC used most frequently, English. Jewel recognized the sounds, even if the words meant nothing. I hear you, Admiral Hood. Plans to visit the Arbiter, Telcam said. Whatever he was saying, he was a little uneasy with her. Jewel could hear the lower note in his voice. Would you like me to kill him for you, Captain? The female officer, one hand on her hip and the other hand on her holster of the sidearm, shook her head. That's not how we do things, Field Master. It wouldn't serve either of our purposes. Your government is most subtle, Captain. But subtly may well be the undoing of you. Jewel didn't hear the rest of the sentence. Something huge and heavy smashed into him from the side like a missile and knocked him flat on his back, whining him. His helmet went flying. He struggled to get up, thinking there was some wild animal that he'd failed to take account for on his miserable planet. And then he found himself looking into the gold-mirrored face of a creature that wasn't quite as big as he thought it would be. It was one of the human demons, the soldier they called Spartans. Not only had it managed to ambush and bring him to the ground, but it also had him pinned down. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, giving it a moment to bring its fist down onto his face. The Spartan was many times heavier than any human Jewel had ever swatted aside with his backhand. The powerful downward blow broke his teeth. He tried to yell a warning, but he couldn't. choking on tooth fragments and blood and struggling to dig his claws into impossibly hard armor. The Spartan punched him a few more times, and he tried to keep a grip on his throat. Then boots appeared on the ground around his head, and something smashed into his skull once, twice, and 3 times. Stunned, he still tried to pull free. But he was now pinned by several armored troops, and he couldn't hang on to the Spartan any longer. Its knee was right across his throat. It could have crushed his windpipe, but it seemed to just be waiting. Maybe it wanted to watch him choke to death, and some vengeance for all those comrades that had lost the Covenant. If that was the case, Jewel wouldn't give it the satisfaction of reacting. But how could I let this happen? How could humans possibly ambush me? Jewel was close to asphyxiating. I will die like a warrior. I will not let it see me give in. His arms were pinned. Although he was certain he was kicking furiously, he didn't seem to be connecting with anything. Were his legs obeying him? All he could do was gasp while his throat was filling with blood and spittle. Spying on the bishop? Tut tut. The voice came from one of the others, not the Spartan, and it was male. Hey, somebody get his helmet. Jewel knew he was losing consciousness when he found himself suddenly just interested in the faceless creature choking the life out of him. He'd never seen a Spartan in the flesh. The more gullible shipmasters said Spartans were brought back from the dead, repaired and resuscitated to fight again, and he'd always thought those wild exaggerations were cowards' excuses for losing battles. But this one was everything the rumors had said. It took me down, not a shot fired, and now it's killing me at its leisure. Why don't they just kill me outright? Perhaps they can't. He should have called out for help. Telcam. But it was too late, and Telcam was in league with them. Jewel had never thought he would be afraid to die. He faced death so many times that he was used to it, familiar with the flood of terrified excitement, certain that if the end came, then his clan would know that he met his end with honor. But he never planned to face the great transcendence helpless and struggling, unable even to inflict damage in his dying moments. It was the worst possible disgrace, and disgrace terrified him far more than death. The Spartan still had its knee on his throat, staring into his face. He could see his own reflection in the visor, as the other humans bound him and put a boot on his face to hold him down. And if they shoot me, Telcam will hear. He had no idea of how long they lay there, but he fought to stay conscious. He had to escape. He had to stop Telcam. The humans are manipulating you, Telcam. Whatever they've promised, they won't keep their word. What kind of fool are you? You think you can handle them? Fool, idiot, traitor. But he heard the distant rumble of the ship starting its drives, and the ship he could identify was the Contriton-class transport. And then the sound peaked and faded, and Telcam was gone. The Spartan put a pistol to his head. He could feel the cool metal resting between his eyes. Jewel made one last effort to get up and scream defiance, but he couldn't move, and his only sound was a gurgle. He waited for the shot to come and put an end to his shame. Only then did he think of Ray, who had no idea where he was or what would become of her. The female shipmaster appeared, looking down at him. Wait one, Naomi. Let me just check with the boss. He had no idea what that meant. The Spartan pulled off its helmet with its free hand, and that was when he realized it was a woman, a bloodless and translucent as a hologram, her hair and pale as her skin. Yes, a corpse brought back from the dead. He'd been taken down by females. The shipmaster walked away, Jewel still struggling to breathe. Couldn't hear what she was saying, but she came back a short time later and stood over him. He could see her boots next to his head, and she shifted her weight from one foot to the other. Her whole stance seemed casual, as if she had plenty of time to decide the fate and linger over his humiliation. Sorry, Staff, the Admiral says she'd really like a live prisoner for exchange, she said. Let's keep him alive and get him into the dropship. Then find the transport. Rip what you can from it and destroy it. This is like a voyage of the Bloody Beagle, ma'am. said one of the male soldiers, another specimen for the menagerie. The Spartan withdrew her pistol and shoved it into her belt before hauling him off like an animal, dragging him through the dirt with her two comrades. Julam Dama realized he had suddenly ceased to exist. He'd allowed himself to be taken by the enemy through his own stupidity. And as the humans hauled him towards the dropship, grunting and complaining about his weight, he understood that he was alone and lost, and nobody would ever come for him. Forerunner Dyson Sphere Onyx. Local date, November 2552. In an empty world the size of the solar system, all you could do was look up and keep looking. Mendez would have dismissed Halsey's suggestion to look for a garage as too vague to be useful, but he was prepared to try any damn thing if it helped them find Lucy. Hell, it's not as if we've got anything better to do with our time anyway. Fred had reminded him just once that the mission was to acquire Forerunner technology for the UNSC. He knew damn well that however sensible a plan it was only to keep them occupied, and if they found some handy gizmo, that they still had to work out how to call home and get it collected. Courier services were a little hard to come by in a dimensional bubble, and there was no mission more important than finding a missing Spartan. God damn it, we will find her, Mendez said, as if anyone else suggested otherwise. It was his mantra to make sure it happened. The whole squad trailed down the road behind him in silence, yet another fruitless recon. She's only been gone 4 days. She's a survivor. She knows we won't stop looking for her. Mendez knew that no matter how disciplined troops were, their morale would take a hammering if they didn't stay busy. The Spartans had gone from what High Comm described as his mealy-mouthed way as high-tempo operations, fighting pretty well every damn day, every week, every year, to the death. Silent stop. Basic survival was going to mop up a lot of the energy, but all they could do was stay alive for as long as possible until they worked out this place for themselves, or until someone came along and found them. Mendez needed to keep them busy. Halsey might have been convinced that Earth had lost the war already, and that there were only silent life left in the galaxy, but Mendez wasn't buying any of it. He'd believed that he'd lost when he heard the first clod of soil hit his coffin. When they got back to the camp, Halsey was still in the lobby of the tower going over the Forerunner symbols with her fingertips. I'm wondering if there's any more slip space bubbles in this structure, she said absently. You have to admit they're very effective shields for containing pathogens. She seemed to be waiting for an answer because she turned around and looked at him with a slight frown as she expected some scholarly debate about transdimensional physics. Well, Doctor, we managed to get through one, so maybe we can get through another as well, he said. I'm just not sure where the goddamn door is. Halsey spent a few more minutes messing around with the symbols, then hugged her data pad to her chest and walked out into the sunlight. Mendez stood with his arms folded, staring at the symbols, not giving a damn what they said and just wanting to be left alone for a while. Fred stayed behind with him. Sorry, Lieutenant, Mendez said. I realize I'm a piss-poor example of leadership for you, but I need some bastard to shoot. That's what makes you so lovable, Chief, Fred said. When you're killing something, we know you're happy. Mendez turned around, about to tell Fred some of the things that were really troubling him, but he found himself looking past the Spartan and into the gloom of the corridor behind him. Fred had turned around too. Yeah, I heard it as well, Fred said. He checked his rifle and edged into the darkness. Mendez switched on his tactical lamp and followed. God damn. He stared at the pale highlights of a small face, apparently bobbing along without any signs of a body. It took his brain a second to register that it was Lucy minus her helmet, and that her reactive camo was trying to match the shadows in the tunnel. Then he saw the constellation of blue and violet lights behind her. Hey, Lucy, who's your new boyfriend? Fred asked. Lucy walked out of the darkness like a ghost with a Covenant engineer trailing behind her. Well, that explained what she'd been chasing. As intruders went, an engineer was a pretty useful one. Mendez savored the relief. Damn it, Lucy, we were worried sick about you. He reached out and pulled her to him. one-handed to give her a reassuring hug, then took a step back to check her over for injury. "Are you okay, kid?" She stared up into his face and nodded wide-eyed, still looking like a teenager. Then she put out her arm and beckoned to the engineer. It floated up beside her and gave Mendez and Fred a thorough inspection, head tilting back and forth. The realization began to dawn on Mendez. If the Dyson sphere had been sealed once before the humans landing on Onyx, then this guy probably wasn't with the Covenant. He had to be descended from the Forerunner originals. Hell, given the weird way time worked here, maybe he was an original Huragok left here. "I think I'm going to break this to Dr. Halsey very, very quietly," Fred said. He gave Lucy several pats on the back. "Good to have you back, Lucy. We searched everywhere for you." The poor kid really looked bewildered. It was good to be a challenge briefing. It was going to be a challenge briefing a Spartan who couldn't talk and an alien life form that was only used sign language. But that was what Halsey was for, and Mendez knew that she'd go crazy when Fred told her they had an engineer in tow. It would keep her occupied and out of his face. "Yeah, that's for the best, it really is." Fred went on ahead, calling out to the others, "Hey, we found her, it's okay. Lucy's back, the panic is over." Mendez wasn't extremely convinced that Lucy was okay. He couldn't see any injuries, but he knew that look in her eyes, something had shaken her. "Halsey's going to check you over if you're okay with that," he said. "Then we better get something to eat and drink. You've been away for days." Lucy shook her head and pulled her water canteen from her belt to shake it. Mendez could hear the water slopping around inside. No, she had plenty left, so she wasn't dehydrated. When they got to the entrance, Halsey bore down on them like a missile. She was walking at a breakneck pace, swinging her arms, and then she broke into a jog. At least she had the good graces to try and look more interested in Lucy than in the engineer. "Any injuries, Lucy?" she asked. "Well, you're probably dehydrated." Lucy shook the water canteen again to make the point and held out her hand for Halsey's datapad. For a moment, Mendez thought she was going to break the habit of years of actually writing messages. Lucy wasn't like someone who'd just lost their voice. She'd stopped communicating almost completely, and that included writing. Anything more than map coordinates or most basic of information. No discussion, no explanation, and no complex question. He waited for something breakthrough, for something amazing to appear on the datapad, but all she did was indicate the date displayed on it and shake her head baffled. The engineer flicked out a tentacle and took the datapad from her. It appeared to be tapping out a message. Well, the robotic sentinels they'd run into on the surface could work out some English, so maybe this engineer was going to surprise them too. "I think this guy's been here since this place was built," Mendez said. "Or at least his forebearers were. At the risk of pissing you off again, Doctor, I've been here for more than 20 years, and Oni started rooting around this planet 60 years ago, so I doubt this fella ever worked for the Covenant. If he's a direct descendant of the ones built by the Forerunners, then imagine what information he can give us. Just imagine." Halsey sounded breathless. Damn it, she was excited as a kid and trying hard not to show it. "Not that I know how long these constructs last when they're left on their own devices." Constructs? Halsey liked her dividing lines between people and non-people. The engineer finished with the datapad and turned so that it could see what he had done. They now had an audience of Spartans gathered around them. My name is Prone to Drift. We have waited since the beginning. Why did you activate the Citadel when there is no flood?" "Well, I guess right about the flood," Halsey muttered. "And he's rather socialized and assertive for a Huragok." Mendez ignored her and concentrated on the engineer. "How do you know there's no flood outside? Can you get a signal out of this place?" The engineer went back to composing. "The Masters left before this world was completed. We waited, but they never returned. We have done what we can, but we have no further instructions." I said, "Can you transmit and receive signals from outside the sphere? And what is your problem with the date? What's upsetting Lucy?" "Our space is outside this one. For her, it has been hours, not days." Halsey's cheeks were flushed and her eyes sparkled like she'd fallen in love. Mendez wondered if she'd looked that way at Jacob Keyes, or if she reserved her passion for objects and ideas only. She repeated the question that Mendez had asked. How can you tell what's happening outside of the sphere? The sensors tell us. We can view events in other spaces. Why? Is this about the war? Yes, that is. It's about the war. Halsey took a step forward, right in the engineer's face. I'm a scientist. I need to know. And I need to let my people know that we're all right. Have you any way of transmitting a message into the other space? Before we start transmitting anything, I want to be sure this guy's come from, Fred said. I don't care if it looks quiet outside. We're not going to give away our position until we're absolutely certain about what's going on. Halsey raked her fingers through her hair, all impatient. Well, it looks like we've got another slip space bubble within this one. It's almost as if it's made of concentric bubbles, like the Russian dolls. Mendez glanced at Lucy, giving the datapad meaningful look. Would she tell him anything more? Lucy took the hint, peeled the pad off a prone-to-drift grip, and started writing. Mendez wasn't expecting what came next. I killed an engineer, she said. Sorry. The beginning of the exasperated look formed on Halsey's face. But it didn't get any further. Mendez glared at her. It was too damn bad about the engineer, but they could always make some new ones. He couldn't make another Lucy. Just thinking that reminded him of what Halsey had done with cloning. And it was another rebuke about those things he'd turned a blind eye to when he should have turned her in instead. But he'd worry about that later. Halsey was already hassling the engineer, demanding that he show her the inside of the structure. Prone to Drift didn't seem much different from any other human being who liked his job and was only happy to show visitors around his office. He started floating back towards the tower with Halsey trailing after them. Linda with me, Fred said. He went off after Halsey. Let's make sure we don't lose her as well. Mendez decided things were looking up at least. Now they had the best possible assistant for milking every scrap of technology out of this place and getting back to ONI. He took out his cigar, lit a taper of the grass with his fired steel, and inhaled a damn good lungful of sweet nothing, luscious smoke. Halsey was going to be some time. He looked over at Lucy and her remodeled backpack, wondering if engineers had left anything alone. And next time, Petty Officer, you will listen to the Lieutenant's orders, and you will follow them, he said, holding up a warning finger, because I don't want Dr. Halsey lecturing me on how you've all got poor impulse control. It would have raised a laugh under normal circumstances, but they'd almost lost too many people now. Just getting Lucy back in one piece seemed to be enough. For an hour, Mendez allowed himself the respite of sitting in the grass with the Spartans, picking over the leftover barbecued fish and contemplating whether he'd be able to replenish his supply of Sweet Williams. The brief break came to an abrupt end when his radio crackled in his ear. Chief, you really need to come and take a look at this, Fred said. And bring a tranquilizer dart to calm down Dr. Halsey. She's in hog heaven. Just walk down the corridor and you'll find us. On my way, Lieutenant. Mendez got on his feet and jerked his head at Lucy. She was now the engineer wrangler after all. Come on, kid, let's see what the good doctor has found. Fred might have been joking about the tranquilizer dart, but if Mendez had one, he would have been sorely tempted to use it. Lucy seemed to know where he was going and led Mendez into the darkness. He felt something brush his arm and face it as if it was pushing him through curtains, and then he was suddenly in an enormous, brightly lit hangar faced in stone like everything else in this world. It was busy, with at least a dozen Huragok drifting around an assortment of vessels that he didn't recognize at all. He could hear Halsey calling him, Chief, you won't believe what we've got here. I can see it, Doctor. He ducked under the fuselage of a large satin gray ship the size of a pelican. But he couldn't tell if it was brand new or if it had been 1,000 years of service. He followed the sound of Halsey's voice and stuck his head inside the first hatch he found open. It's fantastically interesting. Or is it actually going to be any use to us? Halsey's indignant face popped up right in front of him, almost making him flinch. Yes, just a little, she said. You want to transform slipspace navigation? You want to know when you slip exactly where and when you're going to drop back out into real space and not end up hours and millions of kilometers from your target? Well, it comes as standard on every damn model in this showroom, and we're going to have it. Mendez thought of Kurt and the others with the strange kind of regretful smile, a realization that their lives had brought something priceless and hadn't been wasted. He decided he might crack a new cigar after all. "Thanks, Kurt," he murmured. "Thanks." 12:11. Yeah, I know. I wanted to finish this chapter before I moved on, because I hate finishing in the middle of a chapter, and I felt pretty good today. That's it. We're on page 308, so we got 150 pages to go. So maybe 2-3 episodes, maybe, and we'll be done with the book. We're on episode 6, so that's cool. Give me just a second. I'm going to reboot my coffee and fire up Halo. We're going to hang out and do what we normally do. Thanks for being awesome with us today. Ooh, thanks for the raid the other day. Hey, Nap Times, thank you. Sorry I didn't respond to you. We were reading. And we try to not be crazy interactive during the reads, just because people like to listen to that and come back and listen to that part only. Also, thank you for the follow. You're my 1,059th follower. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys being awesome with us. And all of the things. I didn't realize that I left the that I left the game capture up the whole time. That's a little bit different than usual. So if you enjoyed that, that's cool. And tell me about it. And maybe we'll make it a habit to have that be a thing from now on. I gotta do a shout out for Nap Times. It was enjoyable because it was clearly an accident. Oh, it is raining nasty outside. Really? I was trying to do a shout out to Nap Time here, but it's being a slash shout out MAPTIME C. And go. Hey, I did a thing. All right, check it out. I'm gonna fire up the Halo right now. While we're doing that, I'm gonna run and reboot my coffee because I need it, and there's not enough of it, so we're gonna have it. I'll be right back. It's gonna be awesome, and I'll jump into the obviously into the Spartan space where we can all hang out. We may get a mic live with us today. We'll see. We shall see. Holy moly, we might lose power today. It is going crazy outside. Alright guys, give me a second. I'm gonna go get my coffee. I'll be right back. Oops. Good Lord, it's cold out there. It is, it's hailing right now outside. It's absolutely serious. It's fucking cold as shit. And the hail is falling. It's like, holy crap. Good Lord. What's up, Kevin?
That was loud.
What's up?
That was loud.
Me saying what's up was loud?
Yes.
My bad. Holy moly. Yeah, we went over a little on the book today, just because I wanted to get to the end of that chapter before I moved on. I kind of hate when I stop in the middle of a chapter. I feel like it's less like good. No reason, just the way I feel, I guess. Update since this morning, only 3 spots remain now for the 1v1 tournament. 3 spots. Get into 1v1, be part of the awesome. You should get into that, Kevin. It's a Slayer tournament. 1v1, that's like what you play all the time, right?
1v1, really?
Not 1v1, yeah. I don't know, you're pretty good. You think, 1v1 Slayer tournament? You could win some merch from Installation 00 if you sign up. I don't know if you're excited about that. I am. Like, I don't 1v1. Spartan John does not 1v1, but I'm just saying. Cool glasses. No, it's cool stuff. I received a friend suggestion. And, I have no idea who that is. So I'm just gonna go, I'm just gonna go back over here. Pretend I didn't see it for now. Here we go. We're gonna start playing games, Kevin. You ready? No, that's my face. We want the game scene. Game scene. Heart rate monitor is going. We might get a Foam Forge cosplay in the awesome with us today. We'll see. I invited him. He made it home safely last night at midnight. His time. Oh, no, that was midnight my time. And he's an hour ahead of me, so it's like 1 in the morning for him, I think. Craziness. What were we playing yesterday? We were playing Arena Social, is that right? Glad he had a safe trip. Yeah, I was really happy that he made it home. Really sad that he didn't just buy the house that's going on sale across the street from me. Which I did. I did tell him that. I was like, you just buy the one across the street from me and it could be your new home. Just forget about the old home. And I'll sponsor you and you could become a Washingtonian. And he was... Go ahead.
How much is the house across from you?
I'm not sure yet. She hasn't posted it, but I think it's going to be in the $350, $370 range. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, nicely landscaped, no garage. But
Yardage.
What? One more time?
What's the size?
It's
With
like
land?
it's probably like a 1/4 acre.
Way
Yeah.
too small.
Yeah, they're not. We don't live on big. We don't have big plots in this tiny neighborhood. Some of us have bigger plots, but hers is average size. So it might be 1/3 of an acre, but it's still small. It's still pretty small. Bigger than the postage stamp in the city, but smaller than the acreage that we all wish we could afford. Definitely not on a mountainside in Yellowstone, but not all of us can be Kevin Costner either.
Just worried about
Yeah.
acreage first and then buildings later.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with just building a pole shed and then living in the corner of it.
The barndominiums are a thing for reals. I tried to con my wife into letting us build one. Not that it's a con or anything, but you know. I'm like, babe, we could build a barndominium. She's like, what's that? I'm like, it's like a giant garage, and then you can like, you know, because you can buy one of those pole buildings you're talking about, and they're hundreds of thousands of square feet.
I would put one of those up. I'd live in the corner of it, you know, finish
Yeah.
off a corner or a small sliver, and then have a huge storage slash workshop and
Yeah.
be able to do things and convert it over to a museum.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, a buddy of mine, and I follow this guy on TikTok, who's lives in a barndo, and he lives in the Midwest, owns acreage, built this big square barn dominium, and then on the back side of it, after it was complete, he remodeled it, and it's like a 2-story like house. So half of this thing is literally space. He's got a half pipe inside of his garage. He's got like his race car, his lifted pickup truck, his Fun V, his golf cart. It's like every single toy that I want that I don't have yet. He's got them all in his barn dough, and then his house is in there too. Really, really cool. And you can't tell from the street. From the street, it just looks like a big red barn building. But from the property side, they cut the metal wall out after they were done with it and built like a real like house facade. I want to say it's brick. It's pretty cool.
I've even seen some, you know, shipping container homes that, you know, it's like, yeah, that works.
Yeah, there's something to be said about those. The shipping container homes are pretty damn neat too because you know, I know California for a while was doing some veteran homes they were building out of shipping containers, and they would take 2 or 3 or 4 of them and stack them in like some sort of way, and you could landscape in the center and take them apart and put windows in and have all of the different rooms. You know, Starbucks has been doing that too. They take the shipping containers and repurpose them now for Starbucks sites. Like, so there's a bunch of those in Seattle. They do that a lot. So I think that's pretty cool. Um,
One of the things is some of the things I've looked at is basically, you know, they take parking garages that aren't being utilized too much, and they actually convert them. They put tiny houses in the stalls,
oh,
and they convert whole car garages into basically tiny home uh, uh, divisions.
gotcha.
And you can be, you know, you could be like 3, 4 car spaces for a tiny home, you know.
Yeah.
And they do whole communities in repurposing car garages.
Wow. I had no idea. That's pretty cool too. Wow. Well, this cup of coffee's for you guys. Story time. Gibbs is doing great today. We're giving him his medication. He has to have this. He has to take this orange powder for the next several days, and we have to have his blood drawn every day for the next 3 days, just to make sure that he didn't get any vitamin D in him that will upset his kidneys, because they need to capture that and get it out of him as soon as possible. And we think he's fine. They think he's fine, but it's an expensive precaution that we have to take to make sure that he is going to be okay. But he's his jolly happy self, cuddly and everything today, mostly. And that makes me really happy, because he's my best friend. I love that dog so much. And I slept like a baby last night because I went to bed at my normal time and I just cratered. I went straight to my room. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I don't remember anything else. I left the lights on for my wife. She showed up. She was out with her friends watching a movie last night. Didn't get home until like 1 in the morning.
What you watch?
I think she watched Nosferatu, which is a horror movie, I guess, thriller type situation. I don't like the scary movies.
Classic retake of Nosferatu. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't watched it all the way through. I maybe like 30 minutes into it.
Yeah. She said it was really good. She's said she liked it. So that was good. Whatever. Morning, Zero.
The last movie I watched before that was at bro, I want to. It's like Drop Pod or something like that, where some guy is on a mining ship and it gets hit by some meteorites, some asteroids, and he has to eject and ends up on this planet. And he has adventures on this planet trying to survive.
Oh, gotcha. Interesting. Yeah,
It was a
yeah. Go ahead.
so sci-fi.
So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's more flash than it is substance.
That was kind of my argument with J.J. Abrams' rebooted Star Trek. It was like way more flash than substance, I felt like. I thought he did a good job, but, So, when does Installation 00 show up at my house and surprise me live on the Awesome? I just did your wave for you. Oh, boo. Boo. Everybody who doesn't... Oh, that's like this. Everybody who doesn't sub. I don't think that the Awesome can withstand that kind of surprise. I know. I might just, turn into a puddle of John on the floor. I might lose all of my, what is that? Molecular cohesion. Same if Kevin showed up. If any of,
Oh, that wouldn't be much for me. That's just a couple hours drive.
Well, right. But you know what I mean. Still, I'd be like, oh my god. Everybody's here. October, yes, the Broner is coming. Keep your...
You wouldn't cry and break down like you did for me. I know that.
Oh, I might. It's it's like this, man. Like, I don't have any control over what happens. Like, it I don't know. I might just as well. I can't say that I wouldn't because I don't know. But, man.
I feel I wouldn't be worthy to have breakdown quality because of the distance. I would
Oh,
lack of distance.
you're like, no, you can't cry for me. It was only like 2 hours of driving. This is don't cry for me. That's fair. How's Gibbs? Gibbs is doing really good. Rock up at SummerCon. Oof. He's 19 hours door to door for me. You have a car that can drive across the ocean? I know you don't. I'm just kidding. They've got their sniper rifle. There's two at tower, two at snipe tower, no eyes.
I'm just waiting to see if they go for the Banshee.
One here. Never mind, I got it. Oh, sniper. Sniper, snipe tower. I'm down.
SRS-99 S7 anti-materialism rifle obtained.
Oh! To be recorded.
That was good. I one-shot it and it blew up. Did you hit it with a rocket?
Yeah, I hit it with a rocket.
Nice.
Dish here in center.
One on me. One on me.
Nope. Center, center, center.
Center, Roger.
He's weak. There we go. Rockets up in 15.
I'm down.
My shield's powered.
I'm at overshield.
Rocket in 15. It's called a Boeing 777.
Powerful stuff coming from who knows where.
No eyes.
Yeah, we need.
Small tower
We need
2.
to get. One's on me. One's on me. One up. Overshield is down there. They're going for Banshee.
Two down at
Oh,
small
they've
tower.
got overshield.
Overshield, Roger.
They got Banshee.
They got the
we
Banshee
don't have
running.
rockets either. Okay.
It's okay. 22 to snipes.
We don't have overshield or rockets. Oh, and I just died.
Oh, Kevin's down.
Power weapons are on the way. Power weapons are here. You are so
Banshee's
much
down.
better than them. Critical says they're dead.
One there, still weak. Only have 2 bullets
Down below,
left.
down below.
Above us.
Shield and rockets are up in 20. Small tower, small tower.
2 here, 2 here. 2 pushing me, I'm dead.
Oh,
I'm going for rockets.
rockets.
We've got power items in play. Enemy Spartans are closing in. And then bam.
Up here, up
Yep,
here.
I'm on the way, I'm on the way.
Halfway to victory.
Rockets are used up. Yeah, it's 2.5 hours drive, Heathrow, 3, 11-hour flight. Oof.
Lost the lead.
Freaking A.
You having a rough morning, Kevin?
Yeah, I just can't finish these people.
That's what she said. No eyes. Tower again, big tower again. It's 3 at big tower. One in the cave heading to small site tonight. Staying downtown since so I'd have to book. Staying downtown. If you were gonna come to Seattle for SummerCon, I would not stay downtown. That sounds terrible. You'd have to drive to Puyallup every day.
Power items incoming.
Give me that sniper rifle. Yeah.
On to rockets.
Scheisse, yeah.
Got rockets.
Good job. I meant sniper
No,
rifle.
they got rockets.
Oh, they got him. I died with the sniper rifle. They're gonna get it though.
Lost the lead.
I died on purpose trying to get it again. SummerCon is like 10 minutes from your house. Oh, that's nice. Two on my X2.
5 minutes remaining.
One in the dish.
Enemy team nearing victory. Tango's closing in.
Nice. Shit, one on me. That's alright, that's no problem. We can... There's nice hotels in Tacoma as well.
Power items on the way, Spartan.
Shit.
Back off.
There's one more.
We've lost a teammate.
That was good. That was a good call telling me to back off there. Way to catch that, because I was gonna ego push that asshole just a second ago. Oh, feels bad, douchebag.
Oh, no way. Rockets in the middle.
Rockets in the
Freaking
mid,
A.
Roger.
Banshee is up.
Damn, they're all there. GG's. I didn't realize we were 7 to death. Oh. Yeah, so I would so if you were gonna surprise drop for that one, that would be I would stay in Tacoma and then I could pick you up on the way there.
Yeah, because SummerCon is like 30 minutes south of Seattle, at least.
Yeah, that's yeah, it's south and then east.
Yes.
So it's I'd stay in Tacoma and just catch the free ride. That'd be what I'd do.
Free ride?
Yeah, because I drive right by there to like get to the convention center. So you'd have to put up with me on my like basically, but it'd be not a big deal.
Free ride.
Yeah, it'd be a free ride. You just have to get yourself down to Tacoma. And Tacoma's not a bad city. There's a lot of cool things you could do there. It's not as big and awesome as Seattle is, but it's definitely a good city. Few
It
decent
has
hotels.
its own aroma.
Well, you know, you could stay at the casino, and the casino has that big brand new hotel. with the giant. They just built, so there's a casino in Puyallup. It's right down. It's just north of the Tacoma Dome, but they consider it Puyallup. It's the Puyallup tribe, I think, is the tribe that owns the casino. And they built this casino, and right next to it is the 5 minutes from your house. Yeah, the casino built a hotel that's attached to it, and it reminds me of the hotel and casino in Grand Theft Auto. The way that it looks when I drive by, every time I'm like, did they just steal that right out of the Grand Theft Auto game? Because that's it looks like the Diamond Casino to me. Anyway, it's a really cool place. I have actually not been to either the casino or the hotel yet, but they're both really popular and really good. So I would. That would be a place. I don't know, that Puyallup has, like, the city of Puyallup has a couple of hotels in it that are pretty okay, but I don't know. If that was a trip you were gonna make, I'm all for it. But I'm really excited when I see you in at Worlds. That's, we're all gonna be there. It's gonna be a big deal. We're gonna do. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be more awesome than awesome, I tell you what. Here we go, Kevin. Playing again. Hey, I got space for you in here, Zero, if you want to hop in here. You wanna come and climb into the sleigh fest. Paul brought me to Emerald Queen for our honeymoon. It was super cool. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I've literally not been to the new casino yet, not since they finished it. Although I was thinking about going and seeing Air Supply when they come back. No, Kevin, not a single word. I would have I said I was thinking about seeing Air Supply when they come back to the casino, and I expected to get some sort of response out of you, and you're just silent.
Why would you get a response for Air Supply?
What? I mean, I just figured that you're one of the only people old enough to remember that band besides me, so I would, but I'm writing some more most detailed breakdowns. It's fair.
Are they actually alive?
Yeah, still alive. Yeah, no, they come to Emerald Queen like every single year.
There's certain groups that are like there's one original member and everybody else is just a stand-in, a replacement,
Oh yeah,
and
that's like Styx is like that. You got like Tommy Shaw, and then everybody else is like somebody else, and you're like, yeah. Or Journey, where they replace the lead guy. Yeah. That's fair. It's because they just want to keep going. I wanted to see Tom Segura, but the tickets were ridiculously overpriced. I believe it. He's sort of funny. I want to see Jamie Carr. If Jamie Carr came to the Emerald Queen Casino, I'd pay to watch it. I'm going to Sniper.
Shield, but this guy's gonna beat me.
Send them straight to heaven with
So they got
rockets are down.
Yeah.
I got him.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yep. I frickin' jumped down from Sniper and took him right off his body.
Yeah, I saw them fly down. I wasn't sure where they fell.
That was the reason why I jumped for him, because I was like, I don't want anybody else to have a chance. Green.
All in there.
They have good insurance. Fire and forget. Jiminy Solstice. That was lost the lead.
Two here. In the cave. Two in the cave. One on my X. He's got...
Enemy has an S7 sniper.
Yeah, Sniper spot.
Yeah, he got it off of me. That was my fault. You thought.
Sniper still.
Enemies below us. Spanker inbound.
I'm down. One's still at sniper.
Overshield inbound.
He's got rockets. He's going sniper. He's got rockets. Damn
Yeah,
it.
he's got rockets. I see him. He wasted one.
For AC.
2 rockets are out. One red door. Red door. Still inside red. 2 inside red.
S7 inbound.
Freaking it. Going up ramp. Going up a rocket
Roger.
ramp. Going up
Rocket ramp.
S7 available. Heatwave was my high school nickname.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Down 5, 6, 7, 8.
Right here.
One on me at rocket ramp. Weak. I was shooting at his buddy and he came up and got me.
Spanker inbound. Spanker available. Overshield inbound. Active camo inbound.
2 on sniper ramp. Down 6.
Overshield available. Active camo available.
Back of blue base.
Enemy shields down.
How in the hell did that not guide? Oh.
What happened? Still down 6. I'm at red, no eyes. Ooh, 2 moving back of blue.
Just really, they're sticking together big time.
Two on my X. They're still in blue basement.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Big guns and lots of funds are a coming. Power weapons are here. Overshield inbound.
I didn't get to it.
Enemy shields down.
Rockets are still in play.
Active camo inbound. Overshield available.
Rockets are still in play.
Active camo available.
Rockets are down. I got one shot. They're in front of blue.
Somebody's got rockets. 4 to lose.
Yeah.
2 to lose.
Remaining.
I died. I don't know how, but I died. That was a bummer. It was not.
Playing really sweaty.
Yeah, that was quite a bit more for quite a bit more than I wanted to experience that match right away. I wasn't ready to start sweating yet. Oof. Hmm?
You're too slow. You read too much book.
I'm groggy from the word salad. Oh, yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Just takes a second. Let me see if I have anything beyond coffee.
Next time we're going to make you do a couple jumping jacks right after you read the book before getting into the game.
Jesus. I thought running into that house and grabbing like a snack and stuff was gonna be enough, but man, I just cannot get into that game. Hold on a second. 12:57. Okay. All right, Kevin. I'm gonna reboot my coffee. I'll be right back. It's the top of the hour. Go use the bathroom, Kevin. Hold on. You guys sit tight. I'll be right back. I'll get my energy in me.
Hola.
Hello, how are you?
We're getting beat, getting whipped.
In the games?
Yep. A day of work.
What's that?
I'm guessing your day is ending, winding down.
Yeah. Yeah. I got off work about 4.5 hours ago. How about yourself?
It's midday. Just kind of been a slow roll.
Got you. Siitä ei pääse! Eikö muista?
No, but I got hit with this.
Kyllä, kyllä mä tiedän.
And worst part of all, I went to they didn't have any ice packs left. I got a warm ice pack. I got a warm ice pack. That was so annoying.
All right, I've returned. I've returned with coffee and no snacks. The snacks have been depleted. Hi, Krampus.
I don't.
How are you doing, buddy?
I'm okay, how are you?
Well, beyond the snacks in the Spartan space and the house being completely depleted, which I didn't think was possible, I'm doing pretty good. I think I have cheese, like 2 cheese sticks left, and I don't want to eat cheese for breakfast, so for my first snack of the day. It sounds terrible. Here we go, Kevin.
No, it might be better than salad topping.
It might be better than salad toppings. I love the salad toppings, to be honest. It's like, I love sunflower seeds. I love cashew nuts. I don't, edamame is good. I don't have a problem with it. And then, I mean, I've had worse snacks. Like, my wife brought me home a bag of, like, chickpeas that were, like, dried. And they're not terrible. Whatever flavor they decided to put on them in that bag was not great, but they weren't terrible. And for everybody who doesn't know what a chickpea is, it's a garbanzo bean. I don't know why they decided to name it 2 different names, but anyway. Oh, golly.
I like I don't know. I like the chickpeas with the oh, I can't think that the spicy stuff. The wasabi.
Oh, yeah, Lena brought some of those home. The wasabi is too spicy for me. I'm not a big spicy person, so yeah. I respect that. That's rough. It's also the thing that becomes hummus. Chickpeas turn into hummus? Really? I didn't know that. Well, see, you learn something new every day.
I learned something interesting about charcoal
Oh, yeah?
and plants. Yes.
Okay.
So, or not charcoal. I'm sorry, coal. Coal and plants.
Had no idea. What'd you learn about coal and plants? I had no idea that chickpeas turned into hummus. Hummus is not my favorite. Go ahead, Kevin.
So, before there were trees, there was vegetation, and when the vegetation it grew and grew and grew and eventually became trees, and trees have a special I guess it's cellulose or something to it that allow it to build the structure to get big, right?
Okay.
And so that evolved into trees.
All right.
And these big trees grew and grew and grew and grew.
Okay.
And they started coming down, dying, at their time. And they would literally just pile up because the organisms didn't know how to devour this new tree, or the stuff that makes up trees, right?
Okay.
So all these trees, all this vegetation just died and fell where it was, and did not rot. It wasn't turned back into soil. And so coal is basically all that petrified plant. It's the organisms that now when a tree falls and the tree rots and get absorbed back into the ground didn't exist at the time. So coal was made at a very specific time all across the planet. Because there wasn't the microorganisms to break it down. The rotting tree, the dead tree, the dead vegetation. But now since that exists, coal can never be made again.
Are you sure?
Yes. You would need to basically get rid of the microorganisms that eat, that rot, that basically convert the tree mass back in, or the plant or vegetation mass back into the soil.
Interesting.
It's very interesting, isn't it? It was basically our planet was too sterile for the trees to rot, or the vegetation to rot. And that's what the coal is. And I was also looking up at oxygen and carbon levels.
Yeah.
You know, because they're saying about how, organisms grow based on what the atmosphere allows it to be.
Yeah.
And I was reading that a T-Rex could survive right now in our atmosphere, but it would be like it would be it would be out of breath, like if we were to go up to the Himalayas.
Really?
So it would be very winded.
Ooh, I'm down.
Yeah, they got energy sword.
Energy sword, Roger.
And there's one on me. He got me. Oh, and Viz got me.
Two there.
Shields are down.
Come on, John. Pick up your trash bag.
Damn it.
Wow. All right, buddy.
Hey, nice shot.
And these guys are sweaty too. They're pinching away.
Yep. Portal. Pushing to you guys with needles.
In there. Another one over there, blue base.
Plasma grenades acquired. Oh, we've lost a teammate.
Oh, damn it, he got me. Wow, these guys are pushy. This.
Oh, they should have both died right there.
Pink.
And then bam. Active camo inbound.
Be ready for E-Sword. They're gonna get it.
Available.
I'm down. They're gonna get camo as well.
Yeah, they just burnt it. Oh, sword up top too.
Sword's dead.
They're under us. That sword bearer got me.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Pink, 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 or red, I should say. God fucking.
Take
How
cover.
did he not die? He stepped on my grenade and then I racked him full of bullets.
We should have died for sure. I'm dead.
Purple, purple, purple.
Purple Roger.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Blue.
Down. One over there.
Oh, light blue, light blue. Quarter.
Active camo. Active camo available.
Team nearing victory.
I'm down. Kevin, you're having a bad match. I don't know how he lived through all of that, but I didn't even see that guy. 4 to lose, 6 to lose, sorry.
Hey, nice shot.
Nice.
Spartan down. Pop the shield.
Still one blue back. Blue base.
Energy sword inbound. Energy sword available.
2. Bummer.
Yeah.
2 at purple. Portal right there at the end got me.
Man, what is it with these groups in this? They've been sweaty as hell.
Well, you know, it happens. 3 hours and 15 minutes into the awesome. We only had 45 minutes left today. What the hell, Kevin? It's just blasting by. I only went 15 minutes over reading today. It wasn't that far, was it?
It was tremendously far.
It was
And
pain-
then you had 2 coffee breaks.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's so terrible. As if I can't
oh
have
my-
it. Oh. Oh, 2 whole cups. Oh.
and a snack run, and it's just like there it went.
Oh,
There it
yeah, I suppose. Suppose that's fair. I mean, a man's gotta eat and have coffee, or otherwise the show doesn't go. So
You gotta prepare. If you're gonna go get more coffee, you need a big thermos right next to you. So you go, oh, I'm got coffee up. You just reach over there and you got more coffee, right? No, you have to run into the kitchen to get it.
that's right.
What's that?
It's a whole 45 feet. Like I have to leave, run across the yard, go in the house, coffee up, come back. I mean,
That's not much. That's not much of a man cave if you need to run away from it all the time.
I could put a coffee maker in here. I just don't. It was a purposeful choice so that I have to go back to the house and see my family sometimes.
See, that's okay. That's
Isn't that fair? I got one in green. OV is used up.
oh. Behind blue.
OV is broken. I'm down.
Rockets down by blue tunnel.
Blue tunnel, Roger.
2 left in it.
2 left in the tunnel or 2 left in the rockets?
In the rockets.
Roger.
Did you get him?
I got him, yeah.
Behind us. Above us. Fucking it. Horse on top of red. You guys are
I haven't seen anybody yet. I have the rockets.
red.
Red, Roger. I'm dead. Rockets in creek. I got chipped from 2 sides. Didn't see a single one of them.
No. God damn, this is.
Rockets are down and wasted. I'm dead.
They're gonna be coming back up.
Spanker inbound. Overshield inbound. Active
Yep.
camo
They're
inbound.
going for rockets. It's up.
I'm on,
Overshield available.
I'm on camo. I'm going for overshield. They've got camo. Or, they've got overshield, sorry. Overshield's gone. Rockets are on top of blue base.
Hey, nice shot.
Rockets in green tunnel. They're wasted now.
S7 available.
One on my axe behind rocks in creek now.
Going up for rockets.
Aim small, miss small. We've lost a teammate.
I'm down. I took out the guy sitting at rockets.
Ah, sided blue. Top of red.
Spanker inbound. Active camo inbound. Spanker available. Overshield inbound.
I'm dead. One rocket on overshield. They've got it both.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Down 7.
In front of red.
2 weak in the creek.
Spartan down. They're close.
Blue.
Blue, Roger.
Sniper nest.
Traded at blue.
Side of blue.
Blue front door 2.
Power weapons en route. Enemy shields down. Power weapons available. Active camo inbound. We've lost a teammate. Overshield inbound.
Overshield's up.
Active camo.
Overshield's
Or
up, Roger.
active- Oh, they got it. Over. Active camo. I'm sorry.
Overshield available. Pop their shields. They're close.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Boom Legion.
Got one on the blue roof. I'm dead.
You are so much better than them.
One in blue basement. Guy's so upset. I'm dead. There's one up here with sniper. Hey, morning, Adam. How you doing?
Rocket. You got rocket.
Hey, nice shot.
Dead. 2 at creek in the middle. We're doing okay. How are you?
Blue.
Blue, Roger.
Spanker available. Active camo inbound.
Defeat.
Wow. Man, nine assists. Still didn't pull pause.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Sunday. How you doing? Welcome to the awesome. Play together and share tips add up on Discord. Yeah, rock on. Yeah, find us on the Discord. We have one as well. I really enjoy your streams and admire your content. Hey, thank you. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And thanks for the follow. You are 1,059,060 maybe. It hasn't updated yet. 1,060, I believe. So thank you. Thank you for stopping by. All right. You've seen the new release, the information about the original roadmap for Infinite. Yes, I did see that. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. I will break that down some, absorb some more, and put out some sort of opinion on it at some point. It's interesting. to say the least. I don't know. Sad that we didn't get what we were supposed to get. Can't wait to see what we do get. So how about them apples? What do you think, Kevin?
We got screwed, but I mean, it was look at the time.
Yeah.
Look what everybody was going through, and that really just put a nuke into Halo.
Yeah, that's
Bad decisions, and then the world problems, and we got screwed.
Yeah. Now that tracks. That tracks.
I mean, if they, it all really just pivots on them not deciding to go with Unreal.
Yeah, instead of trying to build their own thing. How's the family? The family is good. Gibbs is okay today. He's going to get his blood drawn right now. My wife is taking him in so he can make sure that his blood work is good. And then after that, hey Moose, hey buddy, good to see ya.
If they would have gone with Unreal, they would have not had the hiccups they had. They could have weathered the storm so much better.
Yeah. That's true.
And I mean, it has to do a lot with the Microsoft culture, and AAA culture, I should say. Because they don't hire people. They hire contractors. And all these AAA games are made by contractors. And so if you're hiring contractors that don't know the system that you're trying to build the game on, you got to plan for that. And other companies, that were using more standardized systems, the contractor works better for them.
Yeah.
But when you have your own special sauce and you got to train people on how to make that special sauce, that contract worker is not a good thing.
Yeah, that makes it tough for sure. That was kind of one of the big problems, I feel like, was they just couldn't hire people and get them trained up to do the thing fast enough, and then the engine is already suffering. Yeah, we really are growing, Moose. It's amazing to see the love that we get.
I heard it took anywhere from a third to 2/3 of someone's contract, and that's an 18-month contract. So it took anybody stepping in there 6 months to 12 months to really get a handle of knowing how to program for slip space. And so they only really had 6 months of active production. That was good.
Slay.
Yeah.
So you can't do that. I mean, the costs alone are just, 6 to 12 months of training is just ridiculous. When their contract is for 18 months.
Yeah, it's not cool. It's not always the greatest for certain. I'm going to sniper.
Going for rockets. If our guy doesn't, okay, he's going for rockets. I'm going for Banshee.
No way. No way. Mm-mm. Question on the future of Halo, he says. Mainline games, spin-offs. What do I want if I were to play them? He's dead. Sniper on my axe. Account was created an hour ago. Oh, Sunday? Yeah. That's great support. Oh, traded. I'm down a shotgun. I have 2 bits of news for you. Okay. What's your opinion on Halo Wars 2? I liked both games. I will eventually play both for you guys live on the stream. Just on a win. Oh, thank you, Nikki, for the subs. Oops. Kevin's holding them down with the Banshee. I'm heading for rockets. Looks like somebody already got him. Oh, they gifted me some rockets and they're reloaded. How nice. Oh yeah, we still don't have it. I'll have to get it. No ice. I think you just do slash shout out. You can probably just put it in there. But yes, Nikki coming in hot with the 5 subs. Thank you for the gift. You got 2 up here. I'm gonna push them. Oh, shotgun on my axe. Oh, okay. Yeah, right now I always just put slash. Like, I have to type the whole thing into the chat and then type the username. It's pretty rough. So I've gifted 90. Yeah, 90 gifted subs, that's right, overall. From Nikki, I believe. She's quickly catching up to Insulation 00. I think he's got 210. Two pushing rockets. Since October, yeah. Kevin's just
These guys.
carrying us with the Banshee.
Halfway to victory.
Ooh, 2 up there, 2. Hey, thanks for the follow, D Pressy. Or D Priest. No eyes, no eyes. Says, hey, you still floating around in that? Okay. I hear that sound and it drives me nuts. I'm like always paranoid, like somebody's coming to get me. Oh, that second one was a bad throw. Only reason I had to replace it was because I had an actual heart for him. Interesting.
Powerful stuff coming from who knows where. Power riders on the field. Go get 'em.
Sniper on this side already gone. Oh, piece of candy. Piece of candy.
Nearing victory.
Oh, one on my X. He's gonna have rockets and a sniper. Sadly, the time has come that I must go. Alright, buddy. Stay awesome today. Have a good day.
5 minutes remaining.
You too, Nikki. Stay jazzy. I won't see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back on Tuesday. In case anybody's wondering. Tomorrow I'm playing golf. Taking a personal day.
The
Plasma grenades acquired.
Victory.
Because I don't feel like I did anything. It's because I didn't.
I just flew around.
John, is tonight I'm going to go with a friend to see Jelly Roll tonight, and today I tried hypnotism, and it was weird. That, you tried hypnotism. Enjoy the Jelly Roll concert. I'm sad that I haven't seen you in the Awesome lately playing Halo or talking or playing even hockey. And we miss you, Moose. I hope you enjoy your concert tonight. I'm getting better and better at hockey every day. So, you know, be ready for that. What's up, what's up?
I need
Oh, yeah, take
I
your
need
time.
to-
You're fine. Yeah, you're good. You got it. You got it. Give me a chance to send a message anyway. So what's gonna happen tonight? Tonight is really cool. What's gonna happen is when the Awesome is over, I'm gonna take a break because that's what I always do. I take a tiny break. Normally, my break consists of me putting the boys on hold in here, changing to a different Discord channel. Excuse me, and then just messing around and sitting all day, the rest of the day, just being here. I have to practice up on hockey now. No, you just need to come and play.
I'm back.
Welcome back. We got 22 minutes left in the Awesome. There's still time for many games if we squeeze them in.
I was just flying around peppering people.
I know you were. I know you were. You were doing it. Shit. Yeah. No, I got nothing. Like I said, it's been one of those things. We got another couple of hockey players too that have downloaded downloaded hockey or gotten it in a place where they could play us in the cloud. So we're getting more people, Moose. We're getting more people. We might have like a connected franchise actually at some point, if that's a thing in hockey, and if that's a thing in the hockey games. I hope so. We'll see. 2v2 potentially. I don't know. I was thinking connected franchise would be cool if we all picked up, like I used to do it in Madden with a bunch of my friends, 5-10 years ago, when more of us all played sports games together. And it's cool, like, to be able, I don't want to do like a fantasy draft thing. I want to do like you start with the franchise the way it is day one of the season of the year or whatever that it is, and then you can make trades or do whatever to change your franchise to make it better. I think that would be pretty cool. 2v2, like 2 people on the same team versus 2 other people on the same on a different team with the computer. That might be pretty cool too. I wouldn't be against it. But yeah, it's really cool. We've been building. The Awesome has been getting better every day, slowly, and we miss you, dude. 1,061 follows now. Holy shit, we're on our way to 1,200. That's our next goal. We don't want to forget when we pass 1117, because that's a big number. But we're on our way to 1,200, and yeah, heck yeah. The end of this month, I'll be at Washington Game Expo. The plan is to be there for the entire weekend. That's a Friday, a Saturday, and a Sunday. I don't think... It's not Thursday, I don't think. I think it's just Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's our next convention that we're looking forward to participating in. Trying to think if there's anything else that I'm missing today.
Ziggy, lights on.
What? All right, here we go, Kevin. It's going to launch us into a match again. Don't forget to catch my friend Funforge Cosplay tonight. It's Thursday night, and he usually streams on Thursdays. I'm hoping that since he just got back from his Mondo trip, that he will stream tonight at his normally scheduled time. And since he has an entire battle pass that he needs to grind and challenges from last week, I'm expecting that this will be so. We'll see. Here we go, Kevin. The time to kill is now. Going for sniper.
Kill to score, score more.
For rockets, if this guy doesn't get it. Okay, I'm going for Banshee.
Their sniper is down. Oh, they got needles on my ex. He's got my sniper rifle, too. He's coming up to you, Doovie. I got my sniper rifle back. Oh, 2 on my exit. That's small tower. 1 with sniper.
Sniper, keep your head down. They're under us.
Oh, Nice grenade. I don't know how that grenade killed me. I'm done. 22 to OV.
Dynamo grenades obtained. Power items incoming. Enemy shields down.
I got it.
Power items available.
Overshield and dinos. I got him going for sniper now.
You are so much better than them.
Feels bad, man.
Power weapons are on the way.
5 seconds to sniper.
Grab the sniper. Power weapons.
Better cover me so I can go get this one, dude.
Victory.
Down a teleporter. I don't know how he traded with me.
He's dead.
I don't know how he got the best of me. I stripped his entire shields. I was full and he beat me down. $24 to overshield.
Power items on the way. Spartans. Power items available. SRS 99 plus 7 into materialism rifle.
Sniper on my X. Nice kill. Still one.
What's up?
Yep, I'm going.
Ooh, I'm getting a little hot. They are trying to take me out. I'm smoking.
Send them straight to heaven with our trusty S7.
Nearing victory.
I didn't drop off right.
Did you get it?
It's right.
I'm dead.
I
One on my
overshot.
X.
I overshot the landing.
Yeah.
Plasma grenades acquired.
27 to sniper.
Not much left of it. Powerful stuff coming through those wares. Boom Legion.
I think they got the rocket, didn't they?
No, we got our teammate over there.
Sniper in my hands. Well,
We've got both snipers now and
We're here.
off with their head.
I went for the hijack and fell off the cliff.
oops. Bah. Sorry, man. I blew that thing up too. I didn't know you were hijacking it. One here, one
No,
here.
I
I'm
missed
down.
I missed it. I tried to do it. We had such a big lead. I got crazy.
Ah, that's fair. One at Snipe Tower chipped twice. One here on us. Small tower 2.
Victory.
Doesn't matter. Good game. GG's, guys.
Spectacular.
Good game.
Another, Kevin? Another?
Yeah. Someone was messaging.
Were they?
I
What
don't know who-
what were they saying?
I don't know what they were. One of them get good. I don't know who he was talking to.
Well, I was 12, 9, and 2, so it couldn't have been me. I mean, eliminated was Jesus, 21 and 8. So he had one less death than me, 2 more assists, and twice the kills almost. I mean, if he was the one talking, good on you, buddy. We're good enough. We clearly won. Jason Duvey was the guy that was, and even he was positive, 8, 6, and 2. So maybe that guy was talking crap to the other team. They had a quitter, it looked like. Huh.
Eliminated said get good.
Get
I don't know who
get
he was
good.
talking to. Oh, it's SP343 maybe?
Oh, okay.
Hack. Was he saying hacks?
It's possible. It's possible he could have said that we were hackers. I don't know. I didn't see it. I was too busy focused on killing, and those guys weren't that good.
No, and I was flying around, distracted him like usual. I almost lasted the whole game again.
That's good stuff.
Went 9 and 2 with 5 assists, so I can't say at a 52% accuracy.
That is good stuff.
I'll take a spectacular.
Any day.
Still want to go back and listen to yesterday's stream to see how ornery those guys were.
Oh, that one guy that I reported was ornery enough. Like,
I can't hear it because I don't actually have the audio going.
right, because
during,
you're stuck with us in this audio, like James was talking about. You only get to choose one or the other. I wish that they would find a way to make that different for the Xbox players, because it's a pretty sizable disadvantage for you. Like, for me to be able to talk on both and hear on both is nice.
I actually get distracted by sound too, so I don't like necessarily respond to it, or I don't like it a lot.
Right. For me, I gotta hear the feetsies.
Yeah. I mean, I want to hear the game, but like I tone down the music, stuff like that.
Yeah. For sure. I'm going for sniper.
I'm going for Banshee.
Enemies over there. They're close.
Oh, I'm down. Sniper on my X. 2 of us down here. 3 of us. Oh, fuck. I fell off. I'm dead. What a way to go out.
They got me. They had rockets. They got me.
I'm pushing for overshield now, Roger. They had rockets, Roger. Overshield I got. I'm going for dynamos. I got him. Ooh, I got sniped from shotgun nest.
Enemy has an S7 sniper. Down there.
Hey, nice shot.
Two there. One more there. One more weak.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
No eyes sniper here.
Target spotted.
Two. One more there. One more.
Damn it. He saved rocks for rocks.
Sniper is down. Oh, rockets on me. Did he not suicide? He should have. Fucking ass.
Spartans are closing in.
Point blanked me with those rockets. He should have killed himself.
What the hell? Something wacky just happened.
Again. In the corner at teleporters, Rocket Man.
Something's happening.
What's going on now?
Big guns and lots of funds are coming.
There, a little tower.
Let's go.
Down there.
Two here, two at big tower now. One with sniper, one without.
Tango's closing in. Enemy has an S7 sniper.
Bitch.
Target spotted.
19 to rocks, I'm going.
Power items incoming.
They quit?
Probably. They're being toxic as shit. And then, I guess we got the drop on them now, so whatever.
Enemy there.
Way to victory.
No eyes.
In my sights.
Is there only one of them? Rockets are wasted.
Enemy there. Got multiple targets.
Thank you,
Oof.
Ravine.
Off the rack.
Yeah, it was.
There you go.
I got one here.
It's one guy and three bots.
One here.
Power items on the field. Go get 'em.
Nearing victory.
I almost feel bad if it's just one guy. Oof. Feels bad. Was that a bot? Was that a bot that I killed last because it felt like a bot? Like, I hunted him down like a dog and shot him in the back. Like, feels bad. Feels bad. Shout out to Foam Forge Cosplay. Must be watching.
That was funny.
Feels bad. 1,061 followers. Guys, the awesome is over. Thank you for being awesome with us today. We started on time. We read a book. We played a lot of Halo. I'm going to take a baby break. I'm going to end the awesome. And then I'm going to be back in here playing games and just hanging out with the community for pretty much the rest of the day. Tomorrow, I will be golfing, so there will be no awesome tomorrow. Well, I mean, there will be awesome. It just won't be here. Catch us at on Tuesday at 10. The deadline to sign up for the tournament is, hold on, a couple of things. The deadline to sign up for the tournament today is the 13th, so the deadline is steadily approaching. The deadline is the 15th. We have 3 spots for the 1v1 tournament remaining. It'll be the very first tournament that we have filled to capacity. Please consider joining. You have to join the Discord. You have to give yourself the PvP role. You have to react with the legendary icon to the banner and at Foam Forge Cosplay in the tournament chat to be added. It's great. It's got prizes, and it's a thing. Check it out. Come and be awesome with us again. Like I said, on Tuesday. 1,061 of you have joined on to be awesome with us on Twitch. 69 of which are subscribed right now. So thank you, all of you. Whether you have been gifted a sub or you are subscribing every month because you want to, thank you. Thank you for subbing. It's important. It helps us out. If you want to support us in other ways, there's a Amazon link at the bottom of the Twitch. You can scroll down there and click on it, and there's things that the Spartan Space needs, whether it's, shelves for the desks or, lights or whatever it is that we decided we need. It's in there. You can send that to me, and it'll come, and I don't even know that you sent it until it shows up, and I open it, and it's like, hey, you got a gift. So that's super cool. I'm also so late. Hey, Saggy. Yeah, we're getting ready to raid somebody, buddy. We got 20 people still watching, so we're gonna end with a raid. But yeah, more to come in the awesome on Tuesday. And thanks for being awesome with us again. I literally cannot do this because of you guys. So everybody who stopped by, here's the heart. I'm awesome. You're awesome. Be awesome. Stay awesome always. And we'll see you on Tuesday at 10 Pacific here in the awesome. I believe that's 7 a.m. for... sorry, no. He's 3 hours in front of us. I believe that's 11, 12. That's 1 p.m. for you, Saggy Wafers. 1 p.m. for you. 10 Pacific. Stay with us just a second while we raid somebody. Somebody who's playing Infinite. Who?
Nap time.
Nap time. I rated. We shouted him out. He came by this morning. Is he up live right now?
That's what I see.
Okay. I'll give him the raid the raid back. And oh yeah, he is. He's live right now. So hey guys, here's the heart. Stay awesome, and we'll see you on Tuesday. For everybody else who's in the Discord, I'll be around all day. You guys are the best. I love you so much. Thank you for the support. Here goes the raid. Be awesome. Always.